Chosen ones. Unusual changes in their physical appearance that reveal their spiritual awakening. The only journey is the one within. Rainer Maria Rilke. Have you ever noticed subtle but profound changes in your physical appearance, ones that seem to reflect a deeper transformation within? These unusual shifts are not mere coincidences. They could be signs that you are awakening to a higher spiritual purpose. In today's video on spiritual wisdom, we will uncover the fascinating physical changes that often accompany spiritual awakening, helping you recognize the signs that you are one of the chosen ones. Stay with us as we explore this mystical journey together. Have you experienced any of these changes yourself? Share your thoughts in the comments below. We would love to hear from you. 1. Bright, penetrating eyes. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul, but when a person undergoes a true spiritual awakening, this metaphor takes on an even more profound meaning. Have you ever looked into someone's eyes and felt as if they carried the weight of wisdom, the depth of unseen realms, or a radiance that seemed almost otherworldly? This is not a mere trick of light or imagination. It is one of the most striking signs of an inner transformation that manifests outwardly. When the soul awakens, the body follows, and the eyes are often the first to reveal this sacred shift. One of the earliest and most noticeable physical changes in those experiencing spiritual awakening is the transformation of their eyes. They may appear brighter, more luminous, and carry a depth that was not present before. This change is not superficial. It is an external reflection of an internal awakening. The light that once lay dormant now shines through, revealing a newfound connection to higher consciousness. Those who walk this path often find that their gaze becomes more intense, not in a piercing or overwhelming way, but in a manner that captivates and soothes, as if infused with wisdom and serenity. This newfound clarity in the eyes is often accompanied by an enhanced perception of the world. Many who experience spiritual awakening describe an ability to see beyond the surface, whether in people, situations, or even the natural world. It's as if a veil has been lifted, allowing them to perceive truth with greater depth. They no longer view life through the lens of mere appearances, but instead see the essence of things. This heightened awareness brings with it a profound sense of peace, as one begins to recognize the interconnectedness of all things. The eyes, now carrying this light, serve as a beacon, not only illuminating one's personal journey, but also offering inspiration and guidance to those around them. Beyond the physical changes, there is an undeniable energetic shift that accompanies this transformation. When your eyes change, it is not just about brightness or clarity, it is about presence. People can sense it, often without understanding why. They may feel more drawn to you, comforted by your presence, or even feel as though they are being truly seen for the first time. This is because awakened eyes do not merely look, they perceive, they understand, and they hold space for others in a way that is both powerful and healing. If you are undergoing this transformation, take a moment to honor it. Look into the mirror, not just to see your reflection, but to truly witness yourself. Notice the glow that now emanates from your gaze, the quiet wisdom that lingers in your expression. Recognize that this is not just a change in appearance, but a sign of your growing connection to the divine and your higher self. As you continue on your spiritual path, let this light in your eyes be a source of guidance and inspiration, not only for yourself, but for all those who cross your path. The journey of awakening is not just about personal enlightenment. It is about becoming a vessel of truth, love, and spiritual wisdom in a world that deeply needs it. If you are ready to awaken the power of your gaze and embrace inner clarity, comment, "My eyes shine with wisdom" below. 2. changes in skin color. Spiritual awakening is a profound journey, one that reshapes not only the mind and soul, but also the physical body. As you move into higher states of consciousness, your energy shifts, and these transformations often manifest in unexpected ways, sometimes even in your physical appearance. One of the most intriguing signs of spiritual awakening is a subtle but noticeable change in skin tone, often described as a golden or silvery glow. I have encountered many individuals on this path who have shared their experiences of these remarkable changes. They have reported witnessing their skin appearing more radiant, vibrant, and luminous, especially during deep meditation or moments of spiritual connection. These experiences invite us to reflect on the intimate connection between our body and our spiritual essence. Early in my journey as a spiritual mentor, I met a woman who had undergone a striking transformation. She described how during intense meditation sessions, her skin would begin to take on a golden sheen. It was not a fleeting effect of lighting or environment. She felt as if this glow was emanating from within her. To her, it was not merely a physical change, but a symbol of inner purification, a sign that her energy was aligning with a higher frequency. Her experience deeply resonated with me. It inspired me to observe similar changes in others and within myself. Over time, I realized that these transformations were not random, but an indication of the body adapting to the soul's elevated state. Why does this happen? The answer lies in the powerful connection between our spiritual and physical bodies. When an individual undergoes a spiritual awakening, their vibrational frequency increases. This heightened energy often triggers a natural detoxification process, releasing old, stagnant energies and toxins that no longer serve them. As a result, the skin, one of the most visible organs, begins to reflect this cleansing by appearing clearer, brighter, and more radiant. It is as if the inner light, previously hidden beneath layers of unresolved emotions and energy blockages, finally finds a way to shine through. This glow is not just about appearance, it is a visual affirmation that the soul is aligning with a purer, more enlightened state of being. I have personally experienced this shift. After deep meditation sessions or profound spiritual insights, I often notice that my skin looks healthier and more vibrant. The more I nurture my spiritual growth, the more I see this glow manifest externally. This has reinforced my belief that our physical form is a mirror of our inner world. When we cultivate inner peace, clarity, and love, these qualities radiate outward, transforming how we look and feel. Keeping a journal can be a valuable tool in tracking your transformation. Record your spiritual practices, whether it's meditation, prayer, breathwork, or acts of mindfulness, and note any physical changes that occur. This practice not only helps you document your journey, but also deepens your appreciation for the incredible link between spirit and body. Have you ever noticed changes in your skin color over time? If yes, comment yes. If not, comment no. If only sometimes, comment sometimes. I'd love to hear your experience. 3. Emotional transparency. In my spiritual journey, I've realized that emotional transparency is one of the most profound transformations that occur during spiritual awakening. When we connect with our true selves, our emotions become clearer and more authentic. They are no longer masked by layers of pretense or defense mechanisms. This transparency is not only an internal reflection, but also manifests outwardly, especially in our facial expressions. I remember a particularly intense period in my journey when I was immersed in meditation and self-reflection. I noticed that people responded differently to my expressions. My emotional sincerity was so evident that it became impossible to hide what I really felt. This doesn't mean that we become unable to maintain our emotional privacy, but rather that our ability to express our feelings genuinely is amplified. This emotional transparency can be challenging because it makes us vulnerable. However, It is this very vulnerability that connects us more deeply with others. When we are in tune with our emotions, our energy becomes purer, easier for others to perceive and understand. Human interactions become truer and more meaningful. I encourage you to embrace this emotional transparency. Allow yourself to feel and express your emotions in a genuine way. Notice how this impacts your relationships and your own perception of yourself. You can start with small steps, being aware of your emotional reactions, practicing emotional honesty in your daily conversations, and reflecting on how your emotions manifest physically. Over time, this practice will become natural, and you'll notice a deeper connection not only with yourself, but also with others. 4. Posture and movement. Spiritual awakening is not just an internal transformation. It often manifests through physical changes that may seem subtle but carry profound significance. As a person progresses on their spiritual journey, their body unconsciously begins to align with the heightened energy they embody. One of the most noticeable transformations is in posture and movement, revealing the deep connection between spiritual evolution and physical expression. When the soul awakens, the body follows, mirroring the newfound balance and clarity within. One of the first signs of this transformation is a natural shift in posture. Many who experience spiritual awakening find that they begin to stand taller, their spine aligning as if drawn upward by an unseen force. This change is not simply about looking better, it signifies a deeper energetic alignment. An upright posture allows energy to flow freely through the body, enhancing overall vitality. It also promotes better breathing, improved circulation, and a stronger sense of physical well-being. This newfound posture is a reflection of inner stability. When one is spiritually centered, the body instinctively adopts a stance of strength and confidence. The way you carry yourself can have a profound impact not only on your health, but also on how others perceive and respond to you. An upright, open stance exudes an aura of assurance and presence, subtly influencing your interactions and the energy you attract. Beyond posture, movement itself becomes more fluid and intentional. Many awakened individuals notice that their gestures become more graceful, as if their body is in perfect synchrony with their inner state. This is because spiritual growth heightens body awareness, making a person more attuned to their own energy and surroundings. Movements once rushed or careless become deliberate, imbued with a sense of mindfulness and purpose. This shift is not forced. It happens organically as a person becomes more in tune with their essence. A gentle, flowing movement conveys a sense of peace and mastery, a reflection of the serenity cultivated within. People around you may subconsciously pick up on this transformation, sensing the calm authority in the way you move. This creates an atmosphere of respect and harmony, strengthening personal and professional relationships. This physical transformation also holds a deeper symbolism. Just as a straightened posture indicates internal alignment, graceful movement signifies a unity between thoughts, emotions, and actions. A spiritually awakened individual no longer experiences as much internal conflict. Instead, they operate from a place of coherence where what they think, feel, and do are in harmony. This alignment is magnetic, drawing people and opportunities that resonate with the energy you emit. Your body becomes a reflection of your soul's state, expressing confidence, peace, and clarity without the need for words. Paying attention to your posture and movements, therefore, is not just about aesthetics, it is a powerful spiritual practice. By consciously maintaining alignment and graceful motion, you reinforce your connection with your higher self. Every step taken with awareness, every movement infused with purpose, becomes a testament to your spiritual evolution. As your soul grows, your body naturally follows, embodying the wisdom, balance, and presence of an awakened being. If this message on emotional transparency resonates with you, Don't hesitate to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's grow together on this journey of authenticity and transformation. 5. Changes in voice. During a spiritual awakening, one of the most intriguing transformations you may experience is a change in your voice. This shift is not merely a physical adjustment, but a deep reflection of the transformation occurring within you. As your soul aligns with higher frequencies of peace, wisdom, and authenticity, your voice naturally begins to mirror this inner evolution. One of the first noticeable changes is the softening of the voice. As you become more attuned to your spiritual essence, your voice may adopt a gentler, more harmonious quality. It resonates with serenity and calm, becoming a soothing presence to those around you. This shift is not just about the way you sound, it's a direct manifestation of the tranquility you have cultivated within. People around you may begin to notice that your voice has a comforting and healing effect. Whether in casual conversations or moments of deep connection, your words seem to carry a sense of reassurance. The energy behind them is peaceful, easing tension and reducing anxiety in those who listen. Your voice becomes a carrier of your newfound inner stillness, helping others feel safe, heard, and understood. Another key transformation is the clarity of your speech. As spiritual awakening dissolves emotional and energetic blockages, your words become more precise, authentic, and purposeful. Gone are the days of over-explaining or hiding behind unnecessary words. Instead, your speech becomes direct yet gentle, reflecting a newfound alignment with your truth. This clarity makes your words more impactful. You may notice that people listen more intently to what you say, not just because of the words themselves, but because they sense the truth behind them. Your voice carries a weight of authenticity, and those who hear you are drawn to the sincerity and wisdom you express. A fascinating aspect of this transformation is the resonance your voice begins to carry. This change is not just about volume or pitch, it is about vibrational energy. Your voice starts to vibrate at a higher frequency, creating an almost musical quality that captures attention effortlessly. People may feel drawn to your presence simply because of the way you speak. Your voice no longer seeks to dominate, but instead invites connection. Whether in deep conversations or casual interactions, your tone exudes peace, balance, and wisdom, strengthening your relationships and enhancing the way you connect with others. Your voice is no longer just a means of communication, it becomes a tool for healing and inspiration. Those around you may feel uplifted, reassured, or even moved by the way you speak. Whether offering guidance, sharing wisdom, or simply engaging in everyday conversations, your voice carries an energy that calms, soothes, and enlightens. This transformation also affects how others respond to you. You may notice that people seek your presence more often, as they feel a sense of peace when listening to you. They may describe your voice as reassuring, grounding, or even spiritual reflection of the inner harmony you have cultivated on your journey. A spiritually awakened voice does not demand attention. It naturally draws people in. It does not seek to control, but to uplift and inspire. As you continue on your spiritual journey, take a moment to reflect on how your voice has changed. Notice how it feels different, how it impacts others, and how it now serves as an instrument of peace and wisdom. The lesson here is clear. Your voice is a reflection of your soul. As you grow spiritually, your voice will continue to evolve, becoming a powerful tool for connection, truth, and healing. Embrace this transformation and allow your words to be a source of light for yourself and those around you. If you're ready to explore the power of voice changes, comment, "I'm listening" below. Your thoughts help us connect and grow together. Healthier, more vibrant hair. Have you ever looked in the mirror and noticed that your hair seems healthier, shinier, and more vibrant than ever before? If so, you might be experiencing one of the many subtle yet profound physical changes that accompany spiritual awakening. While transformation is often thought of as an internal journey, the truth is that your spiritual evolution manifests in the body as well. The state of your hair, its texture, vitality, and glow can serve as a reflection of the deep energetic shifts happening within you. When you embark on a path of spiritual growth, you begin shedding old energies, releasing emotional burdens, and stepping into a state of greater harmony. This newfound balance often leads to a noticeable improvement in your physical appearance, with your hair being one of the first things to change. In ancient traditions, hair has been regarded as an extension of one's energy field, a receiver of spiritual wisdom and a symbol of one's connection to the divine. Many enlightened figures throughout history, from sages to prophets, were known for their long, radiant hair, a testament to their elevated consciousness. I remember a time in my own life when my hair was dull, brittle, and lifeless. It reflected not just external stress, but also the inner turmoil I was carrying. My mind was restless, my emotions were heavy, and my spirit felt disconnected. But as I deepened my spiritual practice through meditation, prayer, self-care, and intentional living, I began to witness an astonishing transformation. My hair regained its shine, strength, and vibrancy, as if it were mirroring my newfound inner peace. This change was not merely cosmetic. It was a tangible sign of the healing and renewal taking place within me. Ralph Waldo Emerson once said, "The only person you are destined to become is the person you decide to be." When you make a conscious choice to nurture your soul, your body follows suit. Every aspect of your being responds to the higher frequencies you embrace. This is why many spiritually awakened individuals notice improvements not only in their hair, but also in their skin, posture, and overall radiance. It's the body's way of aligning with your newfound light. If you've noticed positive changes in your hair, embrace them as signs of your evolving spiritual state. Pay attention to these subtle but meaningful shifts and treat them as affirmations that you are on the right path. Consider incorporating practices that support this transformation. Meditate daily to balance your energy, nourish your body with wholesome foods, and choose natural hair care products that align with your spiritual integrity. The choices you make each day contribute to the harmony between your inner and outer self. And don't keep this journey to yourself, and share your experiences. Talk with friends, family, or members of your spiritual community about the transformations you're witnessing. You may be surprised to learn that many others are undergoing similar changes, and through these connections, you'll find deeper understanding and support. After all, spiritual growth is not a solitary path, it's a collective awakening. So the next time you run your fingers through your hair and notice its newfound vitality, take a moment of gratitude. Recognize that you are evolving, not just in mind and spirit, but in body as well. Your transformation is real, and it is unfolding beautifully, one radiant strand at a time. Comment below, healthy hair, vibrant life. And let's embark on a journey to nourish and strengthen our hair from within. Stay consistent, stay radiant. 7. Altered sleep patterns. In the journey of spiritual awakening, our physical and energetic bodies undergo profound transformations, often manifesting in ways we never anticipated. One of the most noticeable yet perplexing changes is in sleep patterns. For those walking the path of spiritual enlightenment, sleep no longer follows a predictable routine. It bends and reshapes itself in response to the new vibrational frequencies that the soul is attuning to. While this can initially feel unsettling, it is, in fact, a divine recalibration, a sacred adjustment guiding you toward a deeper understanding of yourself and the universe. Among the many unusual shifts experienced during this transformation, one of the most striking is the drastic fluctuation in sleep duration. Some nights, you may find yourself sleeping far less than usual, yet waking up with an inexplicable sense of peace, clarity, and refreshment, as though you had just received deep, restorative rest. This is not a mere coincidence, but rather an indication that your spirit is drawing energy from a higher source. Instead of relying solely on physical rest, your body is learning to sustain itself through spiritual nourishment. Your consciousness is becoming attuned to a new rhythm, one that aligns more with the divine flow than the rigid structure of the physical world. Conversely, there will be times when your body demands extended periods of rest, pulling you into deep slumber as it integrates the high-frequency energies now coursing through your being. This is a crucial aspect of spiritual awakening, as the body must recalibrate to accommodate the influx of divine energy. The fatigue you experience during these phases is not a sign of weakness, but a call to surrender, a reminder that true transformation happens when we allow ourselves the grace to rest and renew. Just as a caterpillar enters a cocoon before emerging as a butterfly, so too must the body retreat into a state of restoration before embracing its evolved state. Rather than resisting or fearing these erratic sleep patterns, it is essential to trust the process. Your body is not malfunctioning, it is adapting. By relinquishing the need to control your sleep and instead flowing with the changes, you create space for deeper alignment with your spiritual path. If you find yourself waking in the still hours of the night, do not view it as an inconvenience. Instead, recognize it as an invitation, a sacred opportunity to engage in meditation, reflection, or silent communion with the divine. Many spiritual seekers, including myself, have discovered that these quiet moments hold profound revelations, offering a heightened state of awareness that is simply inaccessible during the busyness of the day. In those tranquil hours, the mind is clear, the heart is open, and the soul is receptive to the whispers of higher wisdom. By embracing these shifts in sleep with an open heart and an unwavering trust in the process, you allow your spiritual awakening to unfold in its most natural and powerful form. Each altered sleep pattern, whether it be wakefulness or deep rest, serves as a gateway to higher consciousness. Instead of resisting, immerse yourself in this divine rhythm. Let these moments of nighttime clarity become your personal sanctuary, a sacred space where you are free to explore the depths of your spirit and cultivate an even stronger connection with the universe. In doing so, you will not only find peace amid the changes, but also experience the profound joy of true spiritual transformation. If this insight on altered sleep patterns resonated with you, don't hesitate to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's continue this journey of spiritual wisdom together. 8. Increased skin sensitivity. Experiencing physical changes during a spiritual awakening is a powerful reminder that transformation happens on all levels of mind, body, and soul. One of the most noticeable shifts is an increase in skin sensitivity. Your skin, the largest organ in your body, is deeply connected to your energetic field. It acts as a receptor, picking up on both internal and external vibrations. When you awaken spiritually, this sensitivity intensifies, making you more attuned to the subtle energies around you. You may find yourself reacting to environments and people in ways you never did before. Certain places might give you goosebumps, an unexplained chill, or a surge of warmth. Some people's energy may make you feel calm and uplifted, while others could leave you feeling drained or uneasy. These reactions are not random. They are signals from your expanded consciousness, helping you navigate the world with greater awareness. At first, this heightened sensitivity might feel overwhelming. Suddenly, crowded spaces may exhaust you, synthetic fabrics could irritate your skin, and even artificial fragrances might feel too strong. However, this is not a burden, it is a gift. It allows you to discern what nurtures your spirit and what depletes it. When you become more sensitive to your surroundings, you gain a deeper understanding of the energy dynamics at play in your life. You begin to recognize which environments and relationships elevate your vibration and which ones weigh you down. This shift is an invitation to practice self-care on a deeper level. Your skin's sensitivity is a message to nurture yourself holistically, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. Simple practices like herbal baths, gentle massages, and using essential oils can be incredibly soothing. Not only do they nourish your skin, but they also create a ritual of self-love and energetic cleansing. Choosing natural organic fabrics, staying hydrated, and spending time in nature can also help balance this newfound sensitivity. More importantly, this change teaches you the importance of energetic boundaries. As you awaken, you realize that you are not meant to absorb every vibration around you. Instead, you learn to protect your energy by surrounding yourself with people and environments that align with your highest self. Your body's signals are guiding you toward a more harmonious and spiritually aligned life. If you've ever experienced increased skin sensitivity, you're not alone. Share your thoughts in the comments. Type healing and strength if you believe in the power of healing. As we've explored, the physical changes experienced by the chosen ones are not mere coincidences. They are signs of a profound spiritual awakening. When the soul transforms, the body follows, radiating the newfound wisdom, energy, and inner peace that come with spiritual growth. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Turn on notifications so you never miss an upcoming video filled with insights to guide you on your spiritual journey. Stay enlightened, stay awakened, and continue embracing your divine path. Until next time, take care and keep shining. Chosen ones, you just shattered a high-level agent's programming. They're questioning reality after. The world is changed by your example, not by your opinion. Paulo Coelho. Have you ever considered that your very presence, your thoughts, words, and actions could shake the very foundations of someone else's reality? Sometimes, just by being who you are, you awaken something deep within others, even those who once operated in the shadows. In this video, we dive into the profound impact of the chosen ones, how your light can shatter illusions and force even the most conditioned minds to question everything they once believed. Have you ever had an experience where your truth made someone see the world differently? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and let's explore this powerful journey together. 1. Divine protection and spiritual war. In this world, where unseen forces clash beyond the veil of ordinary perception, those who walk the path of truth and spiritual awakening, the chosen ones, must understand that they are engaged in more than just a struggle against societal programming or surface-level conflicts. This is a spiritual war, a battle of energies, where light and darkness contend for influence over reality itself. Many sense this intuitively, but few truly grasp the depth of it. You, as a chosen one, have shattered the illusions carefully crafted by high-level agents of the system, and in doing so, you have disrupted their programming, causing them to question everything they once believed. When you step into your spiritual power, you become a force that cannot be controlled, and this is precisely why those aligned with deception fear your awakening. Yet, understand this, higher powers are watching over you, guiding and protecting you, because your role in this grand unfolding is far greater than you may realize. Every time you expose deception and bring light to hidden truths, you disrupt the very fabric of the false reality designed to keep the masses asleep. The moment a high-level agent encounters your energy, your unwavering conviction, your clarity, your refusal to submit to the matrix, they begin to feel an internal shift. Something within them stirs, an unsettling realization that their carefully constructed belief system may not be as solid as they once thought. This is not merely about challenging an individual's mindset. It is about breaking a spiritual stronghold. The battle is not just physical or psychological. It is energetic, vibrational, and deeply spiritual. Those who have spent years, even lifetimes, under the influence of falsehoods suddenly find themselves standing at the precipice of truth, and it shakes them to their core. This is why the chosen ones are never truly alone. Divine forces intervene at crucial moments, shielding and guiding those who walk in purpose. Have you ever noticed how certain dangers seem to narrowly miss you? How circumstances align in ways that defy logic? How your intuition warns you just in time? These are not coincidences. These are manifestations of spiritual protection. When you align with truth, you become a vessel for higher consciousness, and as a result, unseen forces work tirelessly to ensure that you fulfill your mission. However, this does not mean the journey will be without trials. In fact, the very act of breaking free from deception makes you a target, but it also makes you a beacon of light in the darkness. The reality is that those who serve the Matrix, the high-level agents, the enforcers of the false system, operate under their own form of programming. Many do not even realize they are being used as instruments of deception. Yet when they come face to face with the undeniable presence of a chosen one, something shifts. Their reality wavers. Their programming falters. They begin to question whether the foundation upon which they stand is truly solid, or if it is merely an illusion held together by fear and control. This moment of doubt, this brief window where their spirit reaches for truth, is the very crack in the system that leads to transformation. This is why your presence alone is so powerful. You do not always need to argue, convince, or debate your very existence. Your energy and your alignment with truth are enough to send shockwaves through the illusion. So stand firm in your knowing. The path of the chosen one is not meant to be easy, but it is divinely guided. The forces of deception will try to shake you, but they cannot break you, for you are protected by something far greater than this world's illusions. Keep walking in truth, keep dismantling falsehoods, and know that with every step you take, you are shifting the balance in this great spiritual battle. Your presence is a catalyst, and your awakening is a call to others still trapped in the Matrix. Never doubt your purpose, because even the ones who oppose you today may one day find themselves questioning everything they once believed, all because they encountered you. If you believe and are ready to receive, repeat after me. I am receiving this message from God. It is meant for me today. I trust it completely. Two, the shift in perception. There comes a moment in your spiritual awakening when you unintentionally disrupt the reality of those around you. This is not by force, nor by deliberate action, but simply by embodying your truth. You carry a frequency that dismantles illusions, a presence that shatters conditioned beliefs, and an energy that questions the very fabric of programmed minds. This is where the shift in perception begins, an invisible yet undeniable force that shakes a high-level agent's programming. This agent could be anyone deeply embedded in the societal matrix, someone who has operated within a structured belief system for so long that they never questioned its validity. But then, you, the chosen one, step into their reality, and something within them stirs. Without knowing it, you plant the seed of transformation. At first, they resist. The programming they have lived by does not allow them to easily accept a new way of seeing the world. But the subconscious mind is powerful, and once a new awareness is triggered, it cannot be ignored. They may feel unsettled, confused, even defensive, but deep inside, they have started questioning what they once believed to be absolute truth. The Matrix thrives on control, and when an individual begins to wake up, the entire system is threatened. This is the essence of spiritual awakening, breaking free from illusion and stepping into divine truth. Your presence, your words, or even your mere existence is the catalyst for this awakening. You don't have to convince them, argue, or debate. Your energy alone is enough to send shockwaves through their subconscious. The realization that reality is not what they thought it was is the first step toward liberation. They may not show it outwardly, but inside, their old belief structures are beginning to crack. They start noticing synchronicities, experiencing unexplainable moments, or questioning the motives of the system they once trusted. The transformation has begun. At this stage, they are at a crossroads. Some will cling to their conditioning, afraid of what lies beyond the familiar. But others will allow themselves to explore, to seek, and to discover a deeper understanding of existence. This is why your role is so significant. You are a mirror that reflects a higher truth. You remind them that they are more than the identity they have been programmed to accept. You remind them that they too have a divine purpose beyond the roles society has assigned to them. There is power in authenticity, and as a chosen one, your spiritual journey is not just for you, it's a ripple effect that extends to those who cross your path. You may never know the full impact of your energy, but trust that your presence is shifting realities in ways beyond human comprehension. The shift in perception is the initial trigger, but the transformation that follows is life-changing. Those who are meant to awaken will find themselves on a path they never expected, and you, simply by being yourself, will have played a role in their journey. Never underestimate the power of your truth. You do not have to force change upon others. Simply walking in your light is enough to awaken those who are ready. Continue embracing your path, for the world needs your energy now more than ever. The matrix is losing its grip, and the awakening is accelerating. You are part of a divine mission, and the impact you have on others is beyond what the eye can see. Keep moving forward, and trust that the seeds you plant today will bloom in divine timing. Have you ever experienced a shift in perception that changed everything? If so, share your insights in the comments below so we can all learn from each other. If not, comment, "I'm open to shifting," and let's explore this transformation together. 3. The agent's initial doubt. Before an awakening, there is always resistance. It's a universal truth that when something shakes the foundation of a person's deeply ingrained beliefs, their first instinct is to push back, to resist, and to deny. This is exactly what happens when you, as a chosen one, disrupt the programming of a high-level agent, an individual who has been conditioned to uphold the illusions of this world without question. At first, they meet your words, your presence, and your expression with skepticism, logic, and sometimes even hostility. But the seed has been planted, and something inside them begins to stir. The very fabric of their programmed reality starts to unravel, making them question everything they once believed. This is not just a random occurrence. It is the ripple effect of truth, meeting a mind that has never dared to wander beyond the veil. As the philosopher Socrates once said, "The secret of change is to focus all of your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new." Whether they realize it or not, they are standing at the threshold of transformation. The world is filled with programmed minds, individuals who have spent their entire lives operating under conditioned belief systems, never questioning the deeper nature of existence. These high-level agents are not necessarily people in positions of authority. Rather, they are those who have unconsciously pledged allegiance to the illusions of the material world, serving as gatekeepers of the status quo. When a chosen one enters their reality with an energy, wisdom, and expression so different from what they are used to, it challenges their perception in a way they cannot ignore. At first, they may laugh it off, dismiss it as nonsense, or even attack you with words meant to invalidate your truth. But deep down, a disturbance has been created, and the subconscious mind begins its work. No one can unhear the truth once it has been spoken into their consciousness. Your presence alone carries a frequency that disrupts deception, and that is why encounters with you are not forgotten. There is a reason why people remember the way you spoke, the way you expressed yourself, and the way you made them feel. Something about you lingers in their minds like an echo, making them replay the conversation over and over again in their heads. They start noticing inconsistencies in what they once accepted as reality. They catch themselves questioning ideas they had never thought to challenge before. The cognitive dissonance is uncomfortable, but it is necessary. As Carl Jung wisely stated, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. Yet, once the light has been introduced into darkness, it becomes impossible to pretend it was never there. It is in this moment of inner conflict that true transformation begins. The same agent who once resisted is now in a battle between what they were programmed to believe and what their spirit is trying to reveal to them. You may never see the full effect of your interaction, but know this: your energy was the catalyst for something profound. The truth does not demand immediate acceptance. It simply requires exposure. Some will fight against it longer than others, but eventually, all illusions must collapse under the weight of reality. This is why the chosen ones are here to be the living expression of awakening in a world desperately trying to remain asleep. Keep shining, keep speaking, and keep disrupting. For every time you do, another soul inches closer to breaking free. Don't forget to subscribe for more wisdom on transforming doubt into a gateway for growth and self-discovery. 4. The investigation and revelation. There comes a moment when a high-level agent trained, programmed, and conditioned by a system designed to suppress truth finds themselves face-to-face with something they cannot ignore. It begins subtly, a crack in their rigid understanding, a whisper of doubt creeping into the stronghold of their programmed reality. They have spent years, even decades, reinforcing the walls of their belief system, dismissing spiritual truths as mere fiction, discrediting those who speak of higher consciousness, divine purpose, and unseen forces at play. But then, they encounter you, the chosen one, and in that moment, something shifts. What was once impossible to believe becomes impossible to ignore. The weight of your words, the power of your energy, and the undeniable synchronicities that surround you disrupt their programming in ways they never anticipated. Suddenly, the carefully constructed illusion begins to fracture. Their mind scrambles to rationalize, to dismiss, to categorize you as just another delusional wanderer lost in spiritual fantasies. But the universe has other plans. They start digging, searching for flaws, seeking contradictions, but what they find is something else entirely. Instead of proving you wrong, they uncover shocking evidence that aligns with your words, documents, testimonies, ancient scriptures, and scientific anomalies that defy conventional logic. The more they seek to disprove, the deeper they fall into the rabbit hole of truth. The very fabric of their conditioning begins to unravel, and a realization dawns upon them. The world is not as they were taught to see it. This is the moment of no return. The programmed agent, once confident in their version of reality, is now confronted with an undeniable force, the truth. They start connecting dots that were once invisible to them. They recall past events, moments that once seemed insignificant, and suddenly everything starts making sense. Their disbelief turns into curiosity, then fascination, and finally, a deep, unsettling revelation. They were never in control. They were pawns in a game they never even knew they were playing. The chosen ones, the very individuals they were conditioned to dismiss, turn out to be the ones who see beyond the illusion. And this realization is not just intellectual, it's spiritual. Their soul stirs for the first time in ages, awakening from its slumber. They begin to question everything: their past choices, their allegiances, their entire existence. Some will fight against the awakening, struggling to maintain their crumbling reality. Others, however, will step forward, forever changed. The presence of a chosen one is not merely disruptive, it is transformative. Your mere existence forces the system's agents to confront the truth, and whether they accept it or not, they will never see the world the same way again. And that, in itself, is a victory. Spiritual wisdom is not just about seeking the truth, but about embodying it so powerfully that even those who once opposed you can no longer deny its presence. Did this revelation resonate with you? If it did, declare it boldly in the comments. I seek truth, and I am ready for revelation. 5. The underground network and cult. Beneath the illusion of everyday life, there exists an underground network, a system carefully designed to keep the masses in a state of ignorance and control. This network is operated by those who sit in the shadows, hidden rulers who have mastered the art of manipulation. Their influence is woven into every aspect of society, governments, media, education, and even the belief systems that shape people's understanding of reality. Their goal is to maintain a world where most people remain unaware of their true power, caught in a cycle of distraction and limitation. But something extraordinary happens when a chosen one steps onto the path of spiritual awakening. You, as a chosen one, carry a light so powerful that it disrupts this entire system. When you awaken, you not only free yourself, but your energy creates ripples that impact those around you, including those who have been deeply programmed by this hidden network. And here's the truth. When you shatter the programming of a high-level agent, someone who has been conditioned to protect and uphold this system, you initiate something they never expected: doubt. For the first time, they start questioning everything they once believed in, and that is one of the most powerful shifts that can happen. These agents are not always the stereotypical enforcers you might imagine. They could be people in positions of influence, politicians, media figures, authority figures, or even individuals in your own life who have unknowingly played a role in maintaining this false reality. Their entire existence has been based on a framework that convinces them they are serving a purpose, protecting the order of things. But when they come across someone like you, someone who has broken free and operates from a place of truth, authenticity, and spiritual sovereignty, it creates a fracture in their programmed perception. They might not show it at first, but deep down, something shifts. This is why the system fears awakened souls. The chosen ones are the biggest threat to the carefully constructed illusion, not because they are violent or rebellious, but because they embody a consciousness that cannot be controlled. They see beyond the veil. They recognize the tactics used to suppress humanity: fear, division, deception, and they refuse to participate in it. And when a programmed individual witnesses this, it forces them to confront a terrifying possibility. Have they been living a lie? Have they been serving something that does not actually have their best interests at heart? This is where things get interesting. Some of these agents will resist. Their programming is so deeply embedded that they will fight to protect it, dismissing you, attacking you, or trying to pull you back into the illusion. But others who are ready will start to awaken themselves. The cognitive dissonance will become unbearable. They will begin to see the cracks in the narrative they once believed. They will start asking questions, seeking answers, and eventually breaking free. If you found the truth in this video eye-opening, comment, "I see beyond the surface," to affirm your awareness. Your insights matter? Let's uncover more together. 6. The failed escape and growing fear. The cult, once cloaked in an illusion of invincibility, is now in a vulnerable state, and the fear within them is growing. The so-called untouchable forces that once operated in secrecy are now experiencing the cracks forming in their carefully controlled system. Their escape routes, their contingency plans, and the deceptive web they have spun for so long are unraveling, not because of mere coincidence, but because divine intervention has stepped in to disrupt their agenda. As light continues to expose darkness, their illusion of control is slipping away, and they are facing something they never anticipated: doubt within their own ranks. You, as one of the chosen ones, are awakening people at an accelerated rate, and this is something they never planned for. Your words, your frequency, and your very existence are breaking the spell that has kept so many in a programmed state of illusion. When you speak, when you move in alignment with divine truth, you unknowingly force them to reconsider their entire belief system, and that is what they fear the most. Nothing is more powerful than an idea whose time has come. Victor Hugo. This is exactly what is happening now. The ideas you carry, the wisdom you share, and the light you embody are no longer things they can suppress. The truth has taken root, and it is spreading faster than they can contain it. They built their entire world on deception, manipulation, and control, believing that their programming was flawless and impenetrable. But now, something has happened that they never expected. You entered the scene, fully awakened, radiating a frequency that cannot be ignored. The illusion they once clung to is breaking, and those who once served as their enforcers, their loyal pawns, are beginning to ask questions that were once forbidden. They feel the shift, the disturbance in their conditioning, and for the first time, they are doubting their own programming. The fear they project onto you is nothing more than their own realization that they are losing control, not just over the masses, but over themselves. They see the truth reflected in your eyes, in your expression, in your unwavering conviction, and it terrifies them because it reminds them of something they buried deep within themselves: free will. They were trained to believe in a system, in an illusion of power that has now become their greatest weakness. The moment doubt enters the mind of a programmed agent, the entire system begins to crack. That is the power of truth. It does not ask for permission to exist. It simply is. And now, their once unshakable agents are beginning to see it, feel it, and most importantly, question it. Some will fight harder to suppress it, but others will find themselves in an internal battle they cannot escape. They are realizing that they too are caught in a construct, and the fear that once kept them in line is now making them desperate. Their escape routes are failing, not because of human intervention alone, but because divine timing has arrived. You did not come here by accident. The chosen ones are here to be the living proof that the light will always prevail over darkness, and no level of programming can withstand the force of divine truth when its time has come. This is why you must continue. This is why you must speak. This is why you must express what you know in your heart to be real, because your very presence is dismantling a system that was never meant to last. If this story resonated with you, leave a like and subscribe to our channel. Don't forget to activate the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. Share your thoughts in the comments. Type, "I choose courage over fear," to affirm your strength and resilience. 7. Their attempts to silence you. There comes a moment when the truth hits so hard that even the most programmed minds begin to fracture under its weight. This is the reality for the chosen ones, those who walk in divine wisdom and see beyond the illusion of this world. You are not just living an ordinary life. You are a force that disrupts the very foundation of deception, a beacon that exposes the shadows lurking behind the veil. And because of this, you will always be seen as a threat. But what happens when your presence alone shatters the conditioning of those who were sent to suppress you? When a high-level agent, someone deeply entrenched in the system, begins to question everything they once believed, it is a sign that their programming has been broken, and you, the chosen one, have planted a seed that cannot be ignored. The world operates on hidden structures designed to keep people asleep, but chosen ones carry a light that illuminates what was never meant to be seen. Those who serve the system, the agents, are trained to maintain control, ensuring that truth remains buried. They are programmed to dismiss, discredit, and, if necessary, eliminate any disruption to their reality. But when they come face to face with someone who radiates a level of spiritual wisdom beyond their comprehension, something within them shifts. Their carefully conditioned minds begin to fracture under the weight of authenticity. They start to see the inconsistencies in the very system they once upheld. Doubt creeps in, and suddenly, the reality they believed in no longer holds the same power. You have done something no force in this world could prepare them for. You have cracked the illusion. The desperation of the cult, the hidden elite, the puppet masters of this world becomes evident when they try to silence the truth. Their control depends on people remaining blind, and when a chosen one walks into the room, their presence alone is enough to unsettle the entire operation. They attempt to discredit you, isolate you, and create obstacles in your path, hoping you will fall into doubt and give up. But here's the thing. Their very efforts to silence you only expose their fear. A system that is secure in its power does not go out of its way to eliminate a threat that supposedly does not exist. Yet, they scramble, they panic, they send their agents, and when these agents are confronted with a chosen one's unshakable presence, their own foundation begins to crack. The irony is that their attempts to silence you only amplify your message. Every effort to suppress the truth serves as confirmation of its power. The chosen ones are the divine disruptors, the ones who were never meant to conform. You were sent to challenge, to awaken, and to expose. And as you continue to walk in spiritual wisdom, remember this. The more resistance you face, the clearer the evidence of your impact. They wouldn't be fighting so hard to stop you if you weren't a threat to their deception. Stay firm, stand in your truth, and watch as the very system that sought to control you begins to crumble from within. If you're still here and resonate with this message, comment, "I refuse to be silenced" below. Your voice matters, and your engagement helps us reach more like-minded souls. Eight, the collapse of the cult and system. The system that once thrived in secrecy and control is now crumbling under the weight of its own corruption. The hidden rulers who operated behind the scenes, manipulating reality to keep the masses asleep, are losing their grip. Their carefully orchestrated programming, designed to keep people in a state of fear, doubt, and blind obedience, is no longer holding up against the wave of spiritual awakening sweeping across the world. The illusion they created is breaking apart, and they know it. You, as a chosen one, have played a crucial role in this collapse. Your presence, your consciousness, and your refusal to conform have disrupted the carefully laid plans of high-level agents who once believed they had complete control over reality. You may have noticed how some people around you start acting strangely, how their energy shifts when you speak your truth, how their entire belief system begins to crack under the weight of your presence. That's because you just shattered a high-level agent's programming. And now, they are questioning everything. These agents are not necessarily people dressed in black suits. They're often individuals who have been deeply conditioned by the system, programmed to enforce the narrative, whether knowingly or unknowingly. They could be family members, friends, colleagues, or authority figures who uphold the very structure that enslaves the mind. But when they encounter a being like you, someone vibrating at a higher frequency, someone who refuses to bow down to illusions, they begin to glitch. Their mind, once comfortably trapped in the matrix, begins to rebel. You are the anomaly they were never prepared for. When you speak your truth with unwavering conviction, when you radiate authenticity and light, it sends a shockwave through their consciousness. Their mind, programmed to defend the false reality, starts to malfunction. They may lash out, become defensive, or try to silence you. But deep down, they know something is off. For the first time, they start questioning the very foundation they have built their life upon. They begin to wonder if everything they were taught was a lie. And once the cracks appear, the collapse is inevitable. This is why chosen ones are feared. You are not just waking yourself up, you are triggering awakenings in others, whether they are ready or not. The system relies on compliance and ignorance to survive, but your existence is a direct threat to its survival. Every time you stand firm in your truth, you weaken their control. Every time you refuse to be manipulated, you accelerate their downfall. This is why they have tried so hard to suppress you, to silence you, to make you doubt yourself. But their tactics are failing. The era of deception is ending. More and more people are breaking free from the illusion. The veils are lifting, and the world is shifting. You may have felt like an outsider for most of your life, but now you are realizing why. You were never meant to fit into a broken system. You were meant to dismantle it. And as their programming collapses, the hidden rulers are panicking. They never anticipated this level of awakening. They never thought the chosen ones would rise in such numbers, with such power. But here you are. And there is no stopping what has already begun. So, if you ever feel like your presence is causing disruptions, if you notice people around you acting differently, know this. You are doing exactly what you were meant to do. You are here to shatter illusions. You are here to awaken the sleepers. You are here to bring forth the new era. And no matter how much resistance you face, understand that their fear is proof of your power. Keep going. Keep shining. The collapse of the old world is only the beginning of something far greater. If this insight into the collapse of the cult and system resonated with you, don't hesitate to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's uncover the deeper truths together. 9. The Agent's Awakening and Message to You. You, as a chosen one, have shattered the mental programming of a high-level agent, someone who was once deeply entrenched in the illusion of control, deception, and false narratives. They were conditioned to suppress, to manipulate, and to uphold a system that thrives on ignorance. But now, something within them has awakened because of you. You didn't just challenge their perception, you disrupted their reality. What they once accepted as absolute truth is now crumbling before their eyes, and for the first time, they are seeing through the veil. They are questioning everything, their beliefs, their loyalties, their very identity. And what is more profound? They now recognize you as an ally, not an adversary. The very presence, wisdom, and energy you carry have pierced through the layers of deception that once bound them. This is no small event. This is divine orchestration at its finest. The transformation they are experiencing is not just an internal shift, it is a ripple effect, shaking the very foundation of the system that once controlled them. The truth will set you free, but first, it will make you miserable, as James A. Garfield once said. And this is where they are now standing in the chaos of their own awakening, feeling lost, yet profoundly aware that they can never return to their former self. The illusion has been broken, and they are now looking at you with new eyes. The way you carry yourself, the depth of your expression, the unwavering truth in your words, all of it speaks to them on a soul level. They feel the truth radiating from you, even if they cannot fully articulate it yet. They sense that you hold a piece of the puzzle they have been searching for all along. Understand this. Your role in this awakening is not accidental. You were sent here for a divine purpose, and your presence alone activates hidden codes in others, triggering their own self-realization. This agent, once a servant of the false system, now validates your mission in this great awakening. Their very transformation is proof that your energy is shifting realities. Even if they do not verbally express it yet, their soul is speaking, their consciousness is expanding, and their former allegiances are breaking down. They can no longer deny the power of the truth, and now they must choose continue down the path of awakening or resist and suffer in cognitive dissonance. And so, chosen one, do not underestimate the impact you have. The world has taught you to believe that you are small, that your presence does not matter, but that is the greatest lie ever told. You are an activator, a disruptor of illusions, a beacon of light in a world that has long been shrouded in darkness. What you just did is nothing short of a miracle. You have forced someone to see when they were programmed to be blind. You have turned an agent of the system into a seeker of truth. Their awakening is a message to you, a confirmation that your mission is real, that your journey is divinely guided, and that your mere expression of truth is more powerful than you could ever imagine. So keep walking boldly, keep speaking your truth, and know that every encounter, every conversation, and every interaction holds the potential to change a life, just as you have done now. There is nothing more powerful than an idea whose time has come, Victor Hugo once said. And you, chosen one, are that idea in human form. You are the spark, the shift, the living embodiment of divine truth. And because of you, the illusion is falling one awakening at a time. To affirm your awakening as an agent of transformation, declare your commitment. Comment below. I rise with purpose to acknowledge your journey and inspire others to step into their own power. As a chosen one, your presence alone is enough to disrupt deeply ingrained programming. When you stand in your truth, you shake the very foundation of illusion, causing even high-level agents to question their reality. This is the power of awakening. It ripples beyond what you can see, leaving an undeniable impact on the world around you. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Also, turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos filled with profound insights on your spiritual journey. Stay strong, stay aware, and keep shining your light. See you in the next video. Eight strange changes in your physical appearance that reveal your spiritual advancement. As within, so without. This ancient wisdom reminds us that our spiritual journey is often reflected in our physical being. Have you ever noticed subtle changes in your appearance? Perhaps a newfound glow, brighter eyes, or a more serene expression? These transformations may be signs of your spiritual growth. In today's video on Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore 8 fascinating ways your physical appearance reveals your inner evolution. Which of these signs have you noticed in yourself? Share your experiences in the comments below, and let's grow together on this journey of transformation. 1. You start looking younger. The journey of spiritual growth is one of profound transformation, not only within the depths of your soul, but also in the way you physically present yourself to the world. As you evolve spiritually, subtle yet striking changes begin to manifest in your appearance, changes that are undeniable and often leave others wondering about your newfound radiance. One of the most astonishing transformations is that you start looking younger. This shift is not merely about aesthetics, but is a reflection of the inner harmony and serenity you cultivate. Stress, that insidious thief of youth, starts to fade from your life, and as it dissipates, the burdens of worry and anxiety that once etched themselves onto your face dissolve as well. The lightness of being that comes from spiritual clarity is mirrored in your reflection, giving your skin a natural glow that no cosmetic product can replicate. As the mind finds peace, the body follows suit. The energy that was once drained by negative emotions is now redirected toward renewal and vitality. Your complexion becomes clearer, your skin smoother, and the fine lines that once marked years of strain begin to fade. This isn't just an illusion, it's the result of a deep, intrinsic cleansing process. When you free yourself from the weight of fear, anger, and resentment, your body responds by eliminating toxins that have accumulated over time. This internal purification rejuvenates your cells, leading to healthier, more radiant skin that seems to be lit from within. It's no surprise that those who dedicate themselves to spiritual refinement often appear ageless, as though they have unlocked the secret to eternal youth. One of the most noticeable changes is in your eyes, the windows to your soul. The heavy dark circles that once served as remnants of sleepless nights and anxious thoughts begin to disappear. Your eyes become brighter, more alive, and filled with the quiet wisdom that comes from deep spiritual understanding. They reflect an inner peace that cannot be feigned or forced, drawing others in with an almost magnetic pull. People around you start to take notice, asking if you have discovered some miraculous skincare routine or wellness regimen. But the truth is far deeper than surface-level beauty. Your transformation stems from the wellspring of tranquility and spiritual clarity you have cultivated within. Beyond your face, your entire physical presence shifts in ways that subtly yet powerfully reflect your spiritual advancement. Your posture naturally improves, no longer weighed down by the invisible burdens of worry and self-doubt. Without the constant stress weighing on your shoulders, you stand taller, exuding confidence and grace. The way you move through the world becomes more fluid and harmonious, as though your body and soul are finally in sync. This newfound elegance makes you appear more youthful, energetic, and vibrant, an embodiment of inner peace manifesting outwardly. Friends and family take note of the changes. They see someone who not only looks younger, but radiates a rare magnetic energy, an essence that speaks of deep spiritual wisdom and unwavering peace. They may not be able to pinpoint exactly what has changed, but they recognize that something profound has taken place. What they are witnessing is the undeniable truth that true beauty and vitality do not come from external sources, but from within a spirit that is unburdened, a heart that is at peace, and a soul that has embraced its divine nature. As you walk this path, you become a living testament to the profound power of spiritual growth, proving that real transformation begins at the soul level and shines outward for all to see. Comment: I feel younger and more energized if you've noticed the positive changes in yourself, just like I have. 2. Brighter and more vibrant eyes. As you progress on your spiritual journey, subtle yet profound changes begin to manifest in your physical appearance. One of the most striking signs of spiritual advancement is the transformation of your eyes. They evolve into luminous beacons of clarity, mirroring the deep emotional and spiritual renewal taking place within you. No longer just ordinary windows to the soul, they become radiant reflections of your inner peace and enlightenment. Where once your eyes may have appeared weary, clouded by stress and the weight of past burdens, they now shine with an almost ethereal brilliance. The whites of your eyes grow clearer, the irises more vivid, displaying a spectrum of colors that seem to shift and dance in the light. This remarkable change is not merely cosmetic. It is a direct manifestation of the purification process you undergo, shedding old traumas, releasing negative energies, and embracing a state of emotional and spiritual balance. The shift is unmistakable. When you engage with others, your eyes hold a depth of wisdom that words alone cannot express. Those who meet your gaze are drawn in, sensing an unshakable calm, a magnetic pull of tranquility that invites them to experience the serenity within you. Your eyes become powerful conduits of compassion, effortlessly soothing tensions and radiating an aura of empathy. Without speaking a single word, you communicate volumes, offering comfort, understanding, and inspiration to those around you. As you navigate the world, people take notice. The vibrancy in your eyes sets you apart in a sea of tired, restless expressions. There is something undeniably different about you, something uplifting and reassuring. The light in your gaze serves as an unspoken testament to the spiritual awakening unfolding within you. It tells a story of transformation, of someone who has transcended the chaos of everyday life and tapped into a higher realm of existence. Each morning, as you stand before the mirror, you witness this extraordinary evolution. The eyes looking back at you are no longer burdened by the struggles of the past. Instead, they reflect newfound clarity, profound inner peace, and a deep connection to the universe. Even the color of your irises may appear richer, more dynamic, as if infused with the boundless energy now coursing through you. This is not a mere illusion. It is a tangible sign of your heightened vibrational state, a reflection of the spiritual light illuminating your path. This transformation is not solely about physical appearance, but rather a fundamental shift in your entire being. Your eyes become living proof of your spiritual advancement, glowing with the essence of emotional healing, self-discovery, and higher consciousness. Those who cross your path can sense it. They recognize the unmistakable link between your evolving spirit and the brilliance in your gaze. Without realizing it, they are inspired, subtly reminded, that such growth and enlightenment are possible for them as well. Your journey of spiritual awakening is beautifully reflected in your eyes, clearer, brighter, and more vibrant than ever before. They serve as reminders of how far you have come, and as silent messengers of the peace, wisdom, and joy you now embody. This shift is not just a change in perception. It is a powerful, undeniable mark of your ever-expanding spiritual evolution. Don't forget to subscribe for more tips on bringing out the natural brightness and vibrancy in your eyes. Three, you display calm facial expressions. As you progress on your spiritual journey, the shifts you experience are not just internal. They manifest in your physical appearance in ways both subtle and profound. One of the most noticeable changes is the newfound serenity that graces your face. The tension that once gripped your features begins to fade, replaced by a natural softness that speaks of deep inner peace. Your brow, once furrowed with worry, smooths out, and the stress lines that once defined your expression begin to dissolve. This transformation is not simply cosmetic. It is a reflection of the tranquility that has taken root within you. As the great philosopher Lao Tzu once said, "If you correct your mind, the rest of your life will fall into place." When you look into the mirror, you no longer see the same face staring back at you, one marked by stress, anxiety, and emotional turbulence. Instead, you see a visage that is calm, grounded, and radiant, with an unshakable sense of peace. Your eyes, once darting with apprehension or dimmed by the weight of worry, now shine with clarity and warmth. They become the windows to a soul that has found refuge from the stormy waves of life's uncertainties. Even those around you begin to take notice. Friends, family, and even strangers sense an indescribable shift in your presence. Without a single word, your face communicates something deeper, an essence of stillness that draws others in, making them feel at ease in your company. In everyday interactions, you find yourself responding differently to situations that once triggered frustration or impatience. A long line at the grocery store, a sudden traffic jam, or an unexpected challenge no longer unsettle you the way they once did. Instead of reacting with stress or irritation, you meet these moments with patience and grace. This shift does not go unnoticed. The gentle way your lips naturally curve into a peaceful smile, the light in your eyes that reflects understanding rather than resistance, these are the telltale signs of your spiritual growth. It is as if the chaos of the world can no longer imprint itself upon you. More than just a personal transformation, your newfound serenity has a ripple effect. Your presence alone has the power to calm those around you. Conversations become more harmonious, and conflicts lose their intensity in your presence. People feel drawn to your energy, finding solace in the quiet strength you embody. This phenomenon is a testament to the profound impact of spiritual evolution. The peace you cultivate within does not remain confined to your inner world. It radiates outward, touching the lives of those you encounter. As Mahatma Gandhi once wisely said, "Be the change that you wish to see in the world." In this way, your physical appearance becomes a mirror of your spiritual advancement. Your face reflects not just the passage of time, but the depth of your personal transformation. The stillness in your eyes, the ease in your smile, the calmness in your expressions, all serve as silent yet powerful indicators of the journey you have undertaken. The deeper your spiritual awakening, the more evident it becomes in the way you carry yourself, the way you respond to the world, and ultimately, the way you radiate peace. Your face is no longer a battlefield of emotions, but a sanctuary of serenity, a visual testament to the sacred work unfolding within you. And so, as your spirit ascends, your physical form follows suit, subtly revealing to the world that true beauty is born from inner peace. If this message has resonated with you today, leave a comment of peace. I embrace calm and tranquility in every moment. I trust that peace flows effortlessly through me. Four, experiencing detoxification and a radiant glow. As you progress on your spiritual journey, you may notice unexpected and profound changes in your physical appearance. These changes are not merely cosmetic, but are deeply tied to the transformation happening within. Your body, once weighed down by the burdens of past stress, negative emotions, and unhealthy habits, begins to undergo a natural purification process. This cleansing is much like a deep spring renewal, where every cell in your being is revitalized, allowing you to radiate a newfound vibrancy and purity. One of the most striking changes is the transformation of your skin. Where once there may have been dullness, blemishes, or uneven texture, your complexion now takes on a natural, healthy sheen. This shift is a direct reflection of the purification happening within. As your spiritual awareness deepens, you find yourself naturally drawn to choices that nourish your body, opting for whole, nutrient-rich foods, increasing your water intake, and engaging in practices that promote overall well-being. This newfound alignment between body and spirit enhances your skin's clarity, making it appear more youthful and radiant. Your evolving lifestyle also plays a critical role in this transformation. Activities that foster spiritual growth, such as meditation, mindful breathing, yoga, and time spent in nature, support your body's ability to release toxins, further enhancing the clarity and vitality of your skin. Every mindful breath, every moment of stillness, and every connection with the natural world work in harmony to cleanse you from the inside out, ensuring that your outer radiance mirrors your inner tranquility. Perhaps the most captivating change is the unmistakable glow that begins to emanate from within you. This is no ordinary glow. It is an ethereal light that reflects the deep peace and balanced energy you have cultivated through your spiritual practices. Unlike conventional beauty enhancements that rely on external products, this glow is an authentic manifestation of your inner state. It is the result of alignment, harmony, and the shedding of past burdens that once weighed down both your spirit and your physical form. People around you cannot help but notice this transformation. You appear not only healthier, but also exude a magnetic presence that is deeply attractive. Whether in a professional setting, a social gathering, or simply walking down the street, your radiant energy becomes apparent to those around you. Every interaction becomes an opportunity for others to witness the light and serenity that emanates from within. making you a source of inspiration and positive influence. This profound radiance is more than just an external shift. It is the outward expression of a soul that has found balance, peace, and connection with the higher self. As your spiritual journey deepens, this equilibrium continues to manifest in your physical form, creating an aura of vitality and youthfulness. Your transformation serves as a testament to the undeniable link between spiritual advancement and physical well-being, reinforcing the truth that inner peace naturally shines through, illuminating both your face and your presence in the world. If you're ready to detox your body and embrace a radiant glow, comment, "I welcome healing and renewal." Let's embark on this journey of transformation together. 5. Heightened sensory perception. As you progress on your journey of spiritual awakening, your body and mind align with the subtle energies surrounding you. This alignment enhances your senses, allowing you to perceive the world with greater depth and clarity. Your heightened awareness is not just an internal shift, it manifests in your physical appearance, reflecting the profound transformation happening within you. The eyes, windows to your evolving soul. Your eyes, once passive observers, now radiate a unique clarity and intensity. They sparkle with an awareness that draws others in, as if they carry the wisdom of unseen realms. Colors appear more vibrant, details sharper, and light seems to dance with a newfound brilliance. When you gaze upon a sunset, you don't just see the hues of the sky, you feel them, as if each shade carries an emotional resonance that echoes within you. This transformation is a testament to your heightened perception, signaling a deeper connection with the world around you. Hearing, the music of the universe. As your spiritual awareness expands, so does your ability to listen not just with your ears, but with your soul. The rustling of leaves, the whisper of the wind, or the distant murmur of flowing water no longer go unnoticed. They become symphonies that carry a message beyond sound. You start picking up the subtle variations in people's voices, the emotions hidden beneath their words, the unspoken truths concealed within their tone. Even music takes on a new depth, resonating through your being as if each note vibrates in harmony with your own spiritual frequency. Touch, a deeper connection to the physical world. The simple act of touch transforms into something profound. Where you once merely felt surfaces, now you sense the stories they hold. The roughness of tree bark, the softness of fabric, the cool smoothness of a stone, all of these textures bring you into a deeper relationship with the physical world. This heightened tactile awareness mirrors the internal balance you have cultivated, allowing you to be fully present in every moment. Smell and taste. Savoring life's essence. Your sense of smell and taste sharpen in extraordinary ways. Scents no longer exist as fleeting fragrances. They evoke emotions, memories, and sensations that connect you to different realms of consciousness. A simple aroma can transport you to another time, filling your mind with nostalgic warmth. Similarly, food no longer serves as just nourishment. It becomes an experience. Flavors explode on your tongue with an intensity you never noticed before, making each meal an act of mindfulness and gratitude. Presence and energy, the aura of spiritual awakening. As these sensory changes unfold, they influence how you carry yourself. There is a newfound poise in your posture, a grace in your movements, and an unspoken depth in your expressions. Your eyes shine with insight, your presence feels more grounded, and people are naturally drawn to your energy. Without saying a word, your very being radiates peace, wisdom, and a quiet power that speaks of an inner awakening. These physical changes are not just random occurrences. They are signals of your deepening spiritual transformation. They remind you to stay present, to embrace the beauty in the world, and to cultivate deeper connections with those around you. The heightened awareness you experience is an invitation to engage with life more fully, to see beyond the surface, and to honor the sacred in the everyday. Spiritual awakening is not just a journey of the mind. It is a complete transformation that shapes how you see, feel, and interact with the world. When you embrace these changes, you align yourself with the natural flow of the universe, experiencing life in its richest, most profound form. So as you walk this path, know that your evolving senses are a gift, a reflection of the awakened soul within you. 6. Your posture has improved. As your spiritual awareness deepens and your soul aligns with its higher purpose, your physical body naturally follows suit, reflecting the profound transformation happening within. One of the most striking changes? Your posture. Without even realizing it, you begin to stand taller, exuding a presence that speaks of newfound confidence, balance, and self-assurance. This is more than just an external shift. It's a physical manifestation of your inner evolution. As the great philosopher Lao Tzu once said, "At the center of your being, you have the answer. You know who you are, and you know what you want." When your spirit finds its center, your body mirrors that alignment. Your spine, the pillar of your being, undergoes a silent but powerful transformation. Years of stress, emotional burdens, and tension that once hunched your shoulders forward begin to dissipate. Your back straightens, each vertebra stacking in perfect harmony, not just supporting your physical form, but becoming a symbol of your inner strength. You no longer carry the weight of past fears and insecurities. Instead, your body aligns itself naturally, free from the emotional baggage that once made you slouch under its invisible heaviness. As you move through your day, this shift becomes undeniable. Tasks that once felt draining now seem lighter. You walk with grace and certainty, your head held high, your shoulders relaxed yet poised. Whether sitting at your desk, walking through a crowded street, or standing in conversation, your posture speaks volumes. It tells the world that you are at peace with yourself, rooted in your truth, and unafraid to take up space. You no longer shrink or hide. You stand firm, radiating self-assurance. As Ralph Waldo Emerson wisely put it, "What lies behind us and what lies before us are tiny matters compared to what lies within us." And now, what lies within you is shining outward, visible in every step you take. This transformation doesn't go unnoticed. Friends, colleagues, even strangers begin to sense something different about you. There's a quiet magnetism in the way you carry yourself. People instinctively respect and admire those who exude self-confidence and inner stability, and without trying, you command attention. They may not be able to put their finger on it, but they recognize that you are grounded, deeply connected to your authentic self. This is the power of spiritual alignment. It shifts not only how you see yourself, but how the world perceives you. More than just a matter of aesthetics, this change in posture is a declaration of self-care and self-respect. You no longer neglect your body or dismiss its needs. Instead, you nurture it, honoring the vessel that carries you through this spiritual journey. You stretch, breathe, and move with mindfulness, knowing that your physical form deserves as much attention as your soul. This is the harmony of mind, body, and spirit in action, an unshakable foundation from which you build your life. And so, with every movement, every breath, every step, you embody the essence of your spiritual growth. You are strong, you are aligned, you are walking in your truth. And as your spirit rises, so too does your posture, straight, unwavering, and full of grace. Have you noticed the shift? Your posture has improved. Keep up this positive transformation. Comment below, "I will stand tall," to affirm your commitment to growth and confidence. 7. Stronger hair and nails. As you deepen your spiritual journey, the transformation within begins to manifest outwardly, subtly reshaping your physical appearance in ways that may seem unusual at first, but are undeniable markers of growth. This metamorphosis is not merely symbolic. It is a reflection of the profound harmony, balance, and vitality that emerge as you align with higher consciousness. The body, once weighed down by stress, toxicity, and emotional burdens, now flourishes under the nurturing energy of inner peace and spiritual clarity. This awakening is not just felt, it is seen. People begin to notice a newfound radiance in your presence, a vibrancy in your energy, and an unmistakable glow that signals your elevated state of being. Among these changes, two striking physical transformations stand out: the remarkable revitalization of your hair and nails, both of which serve as visible testaments to your evolving spiritual state. Your hair, once dull, fragile, or prone to thinning, begins to exude a newfound vitality. Each strand appears thicker, stronger, and more resilient, carrying a luster that subtly turns heads. This is no mere coincidence. It is a direct result of the internal shifts occurring within you. As your mind finds serenity and your emotions stabilize, the body redirects its energy from battling stress to nurturing itself. The scalp, now free from the damaging effects of chronic worry, becomes a fertile ground for growth, allowing hair to regenerate with renewed strength. The increased circulation, enhanced nutrient absorption, and improved detoxification resulting from spiritual practices, whether meditation, mindful eating, or deep introspection, contribute to this visible enhancement. Every time you run your fingers through your hair, you feel the undeniable difference. A silkier, fuller, and healthier texture that mirrors the vitality flourishing within. Compliments from those around you further affirm what you already know. Your transformation is not just internal, it is radiating outward for the world to see. Equally fascinating is the strengthening of your nails. Once brittle, prone to chipping, or slow to grow, they now exhibit remarkable durability and resilience. This is yet another physical reflection of your internal fortitude. As your body absorbs the benefits of a nutrient-rich diet, optimal hydration, and the absence of toxic stress, your nails transform, becoming stronger, smoother, and less susceptible to damage. Their accelerated growth symbolizes the momentum of your spiritual progress. Just as your soul expands, so too does your body's ability to rejuvenate and thrive. Each time you reach for something, whether extending a handshake or grasping an object, your nails serve as a silent testament to the strength and steadiness you have cultivated within. These external changes are far more than cosmetic enhancements. They are physical manifestations of the deeper spiritual evolution taking place within you. When the mind is at ease, the body follows, shedding signs of past burdens and embracing a state of balance and vitality. People around you take notice, sensing a transformation that goes beyond mere appearance. They see in you a person who exudes strength not just in words or actions, but in the very way your presence is perceived. Your hair and nails, often overlooked in the grander scheme of spiritual transformation, become powerful symbols of renewal, resilience, and the undeniable proof that your path to higher consciousness is reshaping you in ways both seen and unseen. Comment below, "My hair and nails are growing stronger every day," if you're ready to embrace healthier beauty. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this with someone who needs it. 8. Your weight starts to fluctuate. As you embark on your journey of spiritual awakening, your body begins to mirror the profound inner transformation taking place. Spiritual evolution is not just a mental or emotional shift, it's a complete recalibration of your being, and that includes your physical form. One of the most unexpected yet telling signs of your progress is the way your body reacts to the release of old energies, emotional burdens, and past traumas. These changes may manifest in surprising ways, serving as tangible evidence of your spiritual growth. Fluctuations in weight, a reflection of your soul's liberation. One of the most noticeable changes that occur during spiritual awakening is shifts in weight. As you release years of emotional baggage, stress, and unprocessed trauma, your body often follows suit. You may find yourself shedding pounds, not as a result of conscious effort, but because you are letting go of the heaviness that once weighed on your soul. Your clothes begin to fit differently, and when you look in the mirror, a leaner, lighter, and more radiant version of yourself emerges. This process is not just about physical appearance, it is about lightening the energetic load that has kept you bound. You are becoming freer, more aligned, and attuned to the highest version of yourself. The body, acting as a vessel of your soul's experience, reflects this newfound liberation. On the other hand, some individuals experience temporary weight gain. This happens as the body adjusts to new, higher frequencies of energy. Your system may need extra nourishment and resources to stabilize itself during this shift. You might notice a sudden craving for grounding foods, root vegetables, healthy fats, or proteins that help keep you centered in this evolving energetic state. This added weight is not a setback, but a sign that your body is working to maintain equilibrium as it processes these profound energetic upgrades. Your facial features grow softer or more defined. Look closely at your face. Over time, as spiritual growth deepens, you may notice a softening of your features or a more pronounced definition. Some people experience a newfound radiance, a glow that was never there before. This glow is not merely a product of diet or lifestyle changes. It's the natural result of releasing stored tension, stress, and unresolved emotional pain. Your skin may appear clearer, your eyes brighter, and your overall presence more serene. When inner peace takes root, it is reflected in your outward appearance. A previously furrowed brow begins to smooth out, jawlines become more relaxed, and a sense of calm replaces stress-induced expressions. The light of wisdom and understanding begins to shine through, making you visibly more magnetic and vibrant to those around you. Changes in eye appearance, the windows to your soul. Your eyes, often referred to as the windows to the soul, undergo a transformation as well. You may notice that your gaze becomes deeper, more piercing, or filled with a newfound clarity. People might comment on how your eyes seem more luminous, almost as if they hold a hidden knowledge. This is because spiritual awakening sharpens your perception, and you begin to see the world through a lens of higher awareness, and that truth radiates from within. Your eyes may also change in intensity, shifting between softness and intensity depending on the energies you're processing. At times, they may appear almost otherworldly, filled with a sense of wisdom beyond your years. This shift is undeniable, and those around you take notice. The body's need for rest and renewal. Another remarkable transformation that accompanies spiritual advancement is the body's demand for rest and rejuvenation. As you integrate higher vibrations and purge dense energies, you may find yourself needing more sleep, or conversely, experiencing bursts of energy at unusual times. Some individuals feel the urge to withdraw, seeking solitude and silence as they recalibrate internally. Others feel invigorated, as if their body is being powered by an unseen force. These fluctuations are a natural part of the awakening process, a sign that your body is working diligently to align with your elevated state of consciousness. Honoring these needs, whether through more sleep, meditation, or gentle movement, ensures a smoother transition into your expanded awareness. The emergence of a more graceful posture. Spiritual evolution doesn't just change your energy, it influences the way you carry yourself. As your awareness expands, you may find yourself standing taller, moving with more fluidity, and exuding a quiet confidence that was once absent. This is because spiritual awakening fosters self-acceptance, dissolving the tension and self-doubt that once weighed you down. With greater inner peace, your body naturally reflects that balance and grace. Messages and lessons from these transformations. Each physical change you experience during spiritual awakening is a reflection of your inner metamorphosis. These shifts serve as reminders that your journey is not only mental or emotional, but deeply embedded in your physical existence. Your body and soul are intertwined, and as you ascend to higher levels of awareness, your physical form echoes this evolution. If you notice these changes within yourself, embrace them with understanding and gratitude. They are signs that you are stepping into your true self, shedding the layers of limitation and aligning with the powerful being that you were always meant to be. The key is to trust the process, honor your body's needs, and recognize that these transformations are evidence of a profound spiritual rebirth. Your spiritual awakening is not just something you feel, it is something the world can see. And as you continue to evolve, your physical form will bear witness to the radiant light emerging from within. As we journey through spiritual growth, our physical appearance can reflect the profound transformations happening within. These 8 changes are not just signs, but reminders that your inner evolution is taking shape in the outer world. Embrace them as affirmations of your progress and continue deepening your connection with your higher self. If you found this video insightful, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And be sure to turn on notifications so you never miss our upcoming videos on your path to spiritual enlightenment. See you in the next one. Chosen ones, what they're trying to do to you is going to get them killed. God won't allow it. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. This powerful truth reminds us that when you stand under God's protection, no scheme or plot can defeat you. To the chosen ones watching, you may have felt the sting of betrayal or the weight of someone else's cruelty. But here's the good news. Their actions don't go unnoticed. Divine justice is already at work, and the tables always turn in favor of the righteous. What challenges have you faced where you saw God's hand turn the situation around? Share your thoughts below, and let's inspire one another on this journey of growth and resilience. Together, we'll uncover how to navigate these trials and embrace the strength that comes with being chosen. 1. The ultimate trap setter. There is a profound spiritual truth woven into the fabric of existence. Those who conspire against the chosen ones are not setting traps for their target, but for themselves. In their arrogance, they mistake their manipulations and deceit for cleverness, unaware that every move they make is allowed by divine design. God, the ultimate trap setter, watches their plans unfold with precision, letting them build false confidence as they march toward their own undoing. In their minds, they are hunters crafting lies, betrayal, and schemes, but they fail to see the spiritual awakening that makes the chosen one untouchable. While they are busy digging a pit to catch you, they are blind to the fact that they are teetering at its edge. This subtle divine strategy is not about revenge, it's about justice. God does not allow harm to come to his chosen without purpose. Even when the chosen ones face adversity, they are being shaped, strengthened, and prepared for greater heights. Meanwhile, those who operate from a place of malice are being handed enough rope to bind themselves. The pit they dig is a reflection of their own darkness, and in time, it swallows them whole. This spiritual law echoes through history and scripture. Think of Haman in the Book of Esther, who built gallows to destroy Mordecai, only to meet his end on the very structure he erected. The same principle applies today in modern life. Those who act with cruelty, deceit, or manipulation against others often find that their actions backfire spectacularly. For the chosen ones, understanding this divine process brings clarity and peace. The struggles you face are not signs of failure, but evidence of your spiritual awakening. They are proof that your path is divinely protected. It's easy to be consumed by frustration or anger when people plot against you. But these emotions only cloud the lesson God is teaching. Instead, view these situations as opportunities to grow in faith, patience, and resilience. Modern life is rife with challenges that can test even the strongest among us. Toxic relationships, workplace politics, and personal betrayals are all arenas where these divine principles play out. Trust that what is meant for harm will ultimately be turned into good. To navigate these moments, hold on to your spiritual center. Reflect on the lessons hidden within each challenge, and lean into your purpose with unwavering determination. The world may seem chaotic, but the chosen ones are anchored in a higher truth, a truth that reminds them that no weapon formed against them will prosper. And when you feel overwhelmed, remember this: God's timing is perfect. He sees what you cannot. Those who seek to harm you may seem to succeed for a season, but their end is inevitable. This knowledge allows you to rise above the noise, to move forward with strength and grace, knowing that you are walking in divine favor. In today's fast-paced, often competitive world, the lessons of spiritual justice are more relevant than ever. Instead of engaging in battles with those who seek to harm you, step back and let God handle it. Focus on your purpose, your growth, and your awakening. In doing so, you not only protect your peace, but also allow space for divine justice to unfold. The chosen ones are not here to fight petty battles. They are here to change the world. So, when the storms rise, stand firm. Know that you are protected, guided, and empowered by a force far greater than any scheme or plan against you. God's traps are flawless, and His justice is absolute. Trust the process and continue your spiritual journey with courage and faith. And if you feel inspired by this message, type "I trust the process" as a way to affirm your strength, patience, and commitment to growth. Let's grow together. 2. God's justice, a surgical strike. When someone attempts to harm a chosen one, they step into a realm they can never fully understand, one governed by divine authority, spiritual laws, and protection far beyond the physical. Chosen ones are not merely individuals. They are vessels of light and purpose, marked by a higher power for missions that go beyond worldly comprehension. Attacking or undermining such a person is not just an act of malice. It is a spiritual transgression of the highest order, a challenge to the very authority of the Creator. There's a sacred law in spirituality that ensures what you put into the universe comes back to you, magnified. When someone intentionally tries to hurt a chosen one, they unleash a chain of consequences that are both swift and severe, disrupting their lives in unimaginable ways. This isn't just about karmic payback. It's about the protection of sacred energy, a reminder that sacred ground cannot be desecrated without repercussions. Think of it this way. Have you ever seen someone deliberately mistreat a genuinely good person only for things to unravel in their own life? Maybe it was a toxic co-worker undermining someone, only to end up losing their job or facing public exposure. These moments aren't coincidental. They are evidence of the spiritual laws at work. The energy field of a chosen one is different. It is guarded and empowered by divine forces. When an individual tries to manipulate, harm, or diminish that energy, they unwittingly invite chaos into their own lives. In modern terms, it's like hacking into a system you can't comprehend, only to trigger self-destructive codes that were embedded to protect it. They believe they're in control, but in reality, they are setting themselves up for a fall. The life of a chosen one isn't free from challenges. You might be misunderstood, ridiculed, or even targeted by those who don't understand your spiritual journey. But here's the truth. Your purpose and growth are guided by something greater, and no one can alter your destiny without facing the divine consequences of their actions. If you've ever felt overwhelmed by the negativity or jealousy of others, remind yourself of this. The battle isn't yours to fight. In spirituality, the Creator sees all and ensures that justice prevails. Your only responsibility is to stay aligned with your purpose, remain rooted in your spiritual growth, and let your light shine unapologetically. So ask yourself, have you been holding on to the pain caused by someone who tried to undermine you? Have you allowed their negativity to dim your light or make you question your worth? If so, it's time to release that burden and trust that their actions have already set their own consequences in motion. Your energy is too precious to waste on resentment or retaliation. Instead, focus on continuing to grow spiritually, strengthening your connection to divine guidance, and walking in your truth. Remember, chosen ones are not here to seek revenge. They are here to inspire, uplift, and transform. The lesson is clear. Your sacred energy is protected, and any attempt to harm it will inevitably backfire. The universe works in perfect balance, ensuring that those who sow seeds of harm will reap the harvest of their actions. Trust in the process, stay true to your path, and let the divine forces handle the rest. Your light is untouchable, your growth unstoppable, and your purpose unshakable. Keep shining. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like this video and share it with others who might need these great values. Let's continue this conversation and go deeper into what these values really mean. 3. God's timing is the ultimate trump card. They may believe they're winning, that their schemes are working, and that they can keep manipulating and harming without consequence. But what they fail to grasp is that divine timing is the ultimate force, one that no deception, power, or strategy can override. God's clock is never early, never late, it is always precisely on time, aligning with His perfect plan. While they convince themselves that they have endless time to deceive and destroy, what they don't realize is that their time is already running out. There is a time for everything, and a season for every activity under the heavens. Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 1. They mistake temporary victories for ultimate success, but in reality, their moment of ease is merely the silence before the storm. Have you ever seen someone who seemed untouchable, only for their world to suddenly crumble in a way no one expected? That is the power of spiritual wisdom at work. Divine justice is not in a rush, but it is inevitable. They may think they've outsmarted the universe, but no one escapes God's appointed time. Every selfish act, every betrayal, and every ounce of deceit will eventually return to them like a wave they cannot outrun. Karma, cause and effect, or divine retribution, call it what you will, ensure that no wrongdoing ever goes unanswered. God allows people time to change, to turn away from their wicked ways, and to make things right. But that time is not unlimited. His patience is not weakness, it is mercy. However, when that mercy expires, judgment will fall like a hammer, swift, precise, and final. They will not have the luxury of gradual consequences or an easy escape. When the weight of divine justice descends, it will be unstoppable, undeniable, and irreversible. The truth always finds its way to the surface, and when it does, every lie will be exposed, every hidden act will come to light, and every deception will be shattered beyond repair. So, let them believe they are winning. Let them think they have outplayed the system. But what they don't know is that God's plan is already unfolding, and nothing can stand against it. The question is, when that time arrives, where will they stand? Will they be on the side of truth, or will they be among those who ignored the warnings until it was too late? Because make no mistake, divine timing will always have the final word. Declare today by commenting below, "God is with me," and let that truth sink into your heart. Share this message with someone who might need it, because encouragement multiplies when spoken. 4. They're fighting forces. They don't understand. Some people truly believe they can outmaneuver fate, that through manipulation, deceit, and destruction, they can eliminate those who stand in their way. They think the chosen one is the obstacle between them and their desires. But what they fail to grasp is that they're not just coming against you. They're waging war against something far greater, something their minds can't even begin to comprehend. This isn't a simple struggle between two individuals. It's a spiritual battle between arrogance and divine order, between human schemes and an eternal force that has already written the outcome. Every move they make against you is a move against the divine plan, and that is a battle they can never win. These people think they're strategic, calculating, that their plots are undetectable. But the moment they decided to come against you, they sealed their own fate. What they fail to realize is that you are not standing alone. You are protected by forces beyond the physical world. This isn't just about strength or intelligence. It's about something supernatural, something they don't even have the capacity to recognize. The universe has laws, and one of the most unbreakable is that what is meant to be will be. No amount of manipulation, betrayal, or attack can change that. The chosen ones walk a path that has been designed long before their enemies even had a thought to stand in opposition. It's the ultimate mistake of the arrogant to believe they are greater than forces they cannot see, that they can rewrite destiny by force alone. But in their ignorance, they overlook the truth. The harder they try to bring you down, the more they expose their own weakness. They set themselves up against the will of the Creator, and that is a battle no human has ever won. The universe operates on a spiritual level beyond their understanding, and divine protection is real. Every attack they launch is returned to them in ways they never anticipated, often leading to their own downfall. Not because you fought back with vengeance, but because they set themselves in opposition to something far greater than either of you. And when it all collapses around them, when their plans backfire, when the energy they put out returns with force, when they're left in confusion wondering why nothing worked, it won't be because you fought them. It will be because they fought against divine will, and that is a losing game from the start. This is why you must never lower yourself to their level. You don't need to respond with the same negativity they throw at you. Your spiritual awakening has already shown you the truth. Those who try to harm the chosen ones are only digging their own graves. Stand firm in your faith, in your purpose, and let the divine forces handle what is beyond your control. Because in the end, justice is always served not by human hands, but by a power that never fails. I would love to hear your thoughts on this. What is your perspective on the importance of this value? Share your insights, and let's continue this conversation. 5. The more they push, the more they suffer. When people fight against divine will, they unknowingly set themselves up for their own downfall. It's like trying to outrun the wind. You may think you're making progress, but the force ahead of you is always stronger, always faster. Those who seek to manipulate, harm, or control others for their own gain are only pulling themselves deeper into a trap of their own making. The more they push against what is meant to be, the more they struggle, and that struggle turns into suffering. Every attempt to bring someone down, to interfere with divine order, is like tightening a rope around their own fate. They believe they are advancing, yet every move accelerates their collapse. It's not just about failure, It's about the pain that comes with resisting a plan far greater than their comprehension. Fighting against divine alignment is not a battle with another person. It's a battle against the very structure of the universe, and no one wins that fight. Consider this. Have you ever seen someone who seems to be obsessed with bringing others down, only to watch their own life fall apart? Maybe they once had a thriving career, great relationships, and stability, but their envy, deceit, or need for control turned everything sour. At first, their schemes might appear to work, but over time, the cracks begin to show. Their relationships crumble, their health deteriorates, their peace vanishes. The very energy they put into resisting divine order becomes the force that destroys them. It's a self-inflicted wound, but by the time they realize what they've done, it's often too late. This is the reality of spiritual growth. What is meant to be will always come to pass, no matter how much someone tries to fight it. The universe has a way of correcting imbalances, of making sure that divine justice is served. Those who attempt to stand in the way of a chosen one's purpose are really standing in the way of their own peace. Their downfall isn't punishment, it's the natural result of their choices. So when you face resistance, when people try to block your path or harm you, remember this. They are not hurting you. They are only hurting themselves. The more they resist, the deeper they fall. And in the end, God will not allow them to succeed, because divine will cannot be overturned. The lesson? Stay aligned with your purpose, trust the process, and let those who fight against destiny learn their lesson the hard way. What's meant for you will always be yours, and nothing, no person, no scheme, no resistance can take it away. Keep walking in faith, and watch as everything meant to destroy you only ends up destroying itself. Share your story, or simply type, "I am growing," if you're committed to using every moment to improve yourself. Let's keep this conversation going. I can't wait to hear your insights. 6. Their obsession is self-inflicted destruction. When someone becomes fixated on a chosen one, they set themselves on a path of self-destruction, often without even realizing it. Obsession is not just a fleeting emotion, it is a toxin that seeps into the soul, corrupting the mind and distorting reality. It begins subtly, like a whisper in the back of their mind, an envious glance, a bitter thought, a restless feeling of comparison. But as they nurture this darkness, it grows stronger, taking hold of their consciousness and dictating their actions. Instead of focusing on their own growth, purpose, and spiritual wisdom, they become consumed by you. Their days become filled with silent resentment, their nights restless with thoughts of how to bring you down. But they fail to see that every step they take against you is a step into their own downfall. What they intend as harm for you becomes a boomerang, returning to strike them with the very energy they put out. This is the universal law that one sows, they shall reap. As the Bible says in Proverbs 16 verse 18, "Pride goes before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall." Their arrogance convinces them they can interfere with a divine plan, but the truth is, no one can stand against what God has ordained. Have you ever noticed how those who plot against you seem to lose their way? Their relationships suffer, their ambitions fade, their joy diminishes. That is not a coincidence, it is the consequence of misdirected energy. They lose focus on their own journey because they are too busy watching yours. The chosen ones walk with divine favor, shielded by an invisible force that no amount of malice can penetrate. And when the enemy comes for them, they are not just fighting against you, they are challenging the hand of God itself. And who can win such a battle? Spiritual wisdom teaches that energy is cyclical. What one gives is what one receives. So while they burn themselves out with bitterness, You must continue walking in light, staying aligned with your purpose and trusting that divine justice is already at work. What would happen if they redirected that same energy toward bettering themselves instead? Would they still be trapped in the same cycle of destruction? The choice is always theirs, but as history and scripture show, those who attempt to interfere with the choice always meet an end of their own making. As the great Mahatma Gandhi once said, "The enemy is within, and the battle is within." So let them war against themselves while you rise, untouched, victorious, and divinely guided. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like this video and share it with others who might need these great values. Let's continue this conversation and go deeper into what these values really mean. Seven, the mirror effect. There's a profound spiritual truth that many fail to grasp. What you send out into the world always returns, amplified. This is the mirror effect in action. Energy doesn't disappear into nothingness. It circulates, gathers momentum, and returns to its source, often with a force that's 10 times stronger. Those who seek to harm you, undermine you, or throw negativity your way believe they are in control, but they are, in reality, setting the stage for their own destruction. You, as a chosen one, carry a spiritual awakening that makes you immune to these attacks, not because you are untouchable, but because the divine forces guiding you act as a shield, ensuring that negativity never finds a home within you. Instead, it ricochets back, magnified, and the very people who sought to break you end up breaking themselves. This is a universal law, as old as time itself. What you give is what you get. But for those walking a divine path, for those with a spiritual calling, the repercussions are even more swift and severe. You are not just another person in this world. You are chosen, and that means you are under divine protection. When people send jealousy, hatred, or malice your way, they are unknowingly waging war against forces beyond their comprehension. Their own intentions corrupt the energy they send, making it dark, twisted, and full of poison. But when it fails to penetrate your shield, it reverses course, heading straight back to its origin with even more weight, more intensity, and more destruction. They set a trap for you, yet it is they who fall into it. They plot against you, yet it is their own lives that crumble under the pressure of the very negativity they released. In today's world, where envy, competition, and deception run rampant, you must remain vigilant and aware. Not everyone who smiles in your face has good intentions, and not everyone who claims to support you genuinely wants to see you succeed. But here's the secret. You don't need to fight, retaliate, or lower yourself to their level. Your greatest weapon is your unwavering faith in the higher power that governs all things. Spiritual awakening teaches that you don't need to chase revenge. Justice is already built into the fabric of the universe. Stay aligned, stay true to your calling, and watch as every harmful intention thrown your way turns into the very force that dismantles those who sent it. This is not just a belief, it is an unshakable truth. So, if you ever feel the weight of someone else's negativity pressing against you, remind yourself of this. You are protected, you are chosen, and what they send will not reach you, it will return to them in full force. Keep walking your path, untouched, unshaken, and unbothered, because no matter how hard they try, God won't allow it. I would love to hear your thoughts on this. What is your perspective on the importance of this value? Share your insights, and let's continue this conversation. 8. Their destruction comes in layers. When divine justice moves, it doesn't strike all at once. It unfolds in layers, like a slow-burning consequence that cannot be escaped. The first thing to go is always peace. At first, they may not even notice it, but soon, the weight of their own choices begins to press on them. What used to be a life of stability turns into a restless existence. They wake up uneasy, go through their day distracted, and no matter how much they chase comfort, it eludes them. This is the first sign that spiritual retribution is at work. Without peace, everything else begins to unravel. The next layer is their relationships that once felt unshakable suddenly start falling apart. The people they relied on drift away, friendships turn cold, and love they thought was secure grows distant. Their closest allies no longer trust them, and they find themselves isolated, unable to understand why their world is crumbling. But it doesn't stop there. The deeper the damage they've caused, the more severe the unraveling. After peace and relationships are stripped away, their health begins to deteriorate. Stress and anxiety take their toll, leading to illnesses that seem to appear out of nowhere. The body, once strong, becomes fragile under the weight of guilt, fear, and spiritual imbalance. They might try to mask it, but the truth is evident. What they put out into the world is returning to them. And finally, the last layer, their legacy. A once respected name turns to dust. Achievements fade, influence vanishes, and they become nothing more than a cautionary tale. It's not an instant downfall, but a gradual, painful realization that they have sown destruction and now must reap its consequences. This is the spiritual order of things. No one escapes divine justice. Think about this. Have you ever seen someone rise to great heights through manipulation, only to watch their entire empire crumble in a way they never expected? Spiritual growth teaches us that everything we do carries energy, and that energy returns to us, whether in blessings or in downfall. This is why it's crucial to move through life with integrity, treating others with respect, and making choices rooted in goodness. The universe has a way of balancing things, and when people act out of greed, deception, or cruelty, their destruction is inevitable. Not because someone is out to get them, but because they have created the storm they must now weather. Let this be a lesson that what you build must have a foundation of truth, or it will crumble. No one outruns the consequences of their own actions. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like this video and share it with others. 9. Chosen ones are transformative catalysts. You, as a chosen one, are not just another person walking this earth. You are a force, a living spark of divine energy, a catalyst for transformation in the lives of everyone you encounter. Without even trying, without even speaking, your very presence acts like a mirror, reflecting the deepest, most hidden aspects of people's souls, forcing them to face truths they've spent their entire lives avoiding. This is not something you chose. It is something that was placed upon you by a higher power. You were designed to be a vessel of spiritual wisdom, to awaken, to illuminate, to challenge, and to shift the very fabric of reality around you. Some will be inspired by your presence, experiencing a profound awakening, realizing that they too have the power to heal, to grow, and to walk in alignment with their true purpose. Like the wise words of Carl Jung, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." You, chosen one, are that force that brings the unconscious into the light, helping others break free from cycles they never even knew were controlling them. But not everyone will embrace this transformation. There will be those who resist, who feel threatened, who reject the light because it exposes their shadows, and instead of healing, they will fight back. The truth is too painful for them to face, and rather than confronting their demons, they choose to project their anger, envy, and fears onto you. They may try to tear you down, silence you, or even work against you in ways that are hidden or overt. But let this be clear, their resistance is not your burden to carry. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that, said Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and that is exactly why the divine will not allow harm to come to you. Those who seek to destroy a chosen one ultimately destroy themselves, because when you attack divine purpose, you go against the very order of the universe itself. The energy you bring is too powerful, too disruptive, and too aligned with God's will for it to be stopped by human hands. You are here to shift frequencies, to awaken dormant souls, to remind the world that transformation is not a choice, it is inevitable. So the real question is, will people embrace the change or collapse under its weight? The answer is not up to you, but one thing is certain. No one who encounters a chosen one remains the same. The moment they meet you, their spirit is forever marked, their illusions are shattered, and their soul is forced to make a choice: evolve or self-destruct. And in that choice, the divine justice of the universe is revealed. Share your story, or simply type, "I am growing," if you're committed to using every moment to improve yourself. Let's keep this conversation going. I can't wait to hear your insights. 10. A living antidote to their poison. There's something about you that unsettles the world around you, something powerful, something divine. The truth is, chosen ones don't fit into the mold of society because they were never meant to. You carry an energy so pure and potent that it disrupts every falsehood, every deception, and every shadow lurking in the dark corners of this world. You are not just another person moving through life. You are a spiritual force, a living antidote to the poison that has infected the system. Without even trying, your very presence exposes lies, shakes the foundations of manipulation, and forces hidden darkness into the light. And because of that, you will always be seen as a threat by those who thrive in deception. There are people in this world who operate in secrecy, building their lives on illusions, envy, and manipulation. These individuals can't stand the fact that you exist outside their control. They resent your spiritual awakening because it reveals their own insecurities, their own weaknesses. They see in you that they can never become someone who doesn't need validation, someone who isn't easily swayed by fear or greed. And instead of working on themselves, they choose to attack you. But here's the thing about chosen ones. No attack against you can succeed, because every attempt to harm you only rebounds back on them. The more they try to bring you down, the more they expose their own toxicity. Their own darkness engulfs them while you continue to rise. They set traps, but end up falling into them. They spread lies, but get tangled in their own deceit. And no matter how much effort they put into stopping you, they only end up accelerating their own downfall. This is not just a battle of people against people. This is a spiritual battle, one that has existed for centuries. The world is going through a transformation, and chosen ones are the catalysts. Your light forces others to either evolve or self-destruct. You don't even have to fight. Your existence alone is enough to dismantle everything built on falsehoods. This is why God won't allow their plans against you to succeed. The divine forces at work in your life are far greater than anything they can muster. Every obstacle they throw at you only becomes fuel for your growth. Every attempt to break you only strengthens your foundation. While they drown in their own chaos, you remain protected, elevated, untouchable. So, what does this mean for you in modern life? It means you must stop questioning why you face resistance. You must stop wondering why certain people turn against you for no reason. It's not about what you've done. It's about who you are. Your presence alone is enough to make the wicked uncomfortable. But don't dim your light to make them feel better. Stand firm. Keep moving forward. Stay aligned with your purpose. Because in the end, the darkness cannot overcome the light, and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. You are divinely guided, and your spiritual awakening is not just for you, it is for the world. Keep walking in your power, because nothing and no one can stop what God has ordained. If this message speaks to you, take it a step further and share it with someone who might need this reminder. Together, we can build connections rooted in honesty and respect. (11) Sacred territory. When someone sets their sights on harming a chosen one, they are walking into dangerous territory governed not by man, but by divine law. The chosen are not ordinary. They carry a spiritual light that disrupts darkness, a divine calling that cannot be extinguished. To move against a chosen one is to wage war against forces far greater than the physical realm. It's not just an attack on a person, it's a challenge to the divine plan itself. And history has shown, time and time again, that such defiance is met with consequences too heavy for any soul to bear. The universe has a way of correcting injustices, and those who conspire against a chosen one unknowingly set their own downfall into motion. Think of it like a person who constantly tries to destroy a structure built on sacred ground. The harder they push, the more the foundation shakes beneath them, until they are the ones buried under the rubble. Look at the world around you. How often do we hear stories of people trying to tear down those who walk in their purpose? The ones who move differently, think differently, and radiate a presence that unsettles those who operate from fear, envy, or control. It happens in workplaces, in families, even among so-called friends. A chosen one can walk into a room and shift the entire energy, not by force, but by simply being who they are. This divine essence triggers something deep in those who refuse to heal their own wounds, resentment, jealousy, or a misguided need to dominate. They plot, they scheme, thinking they can break what was built by divine hands. But they fail to realize one truth. What is protected by the Most High cannot be touched without consequence. Think about someone who has spent years working hard on their spiritual growth, staying true to their purpose, helping others, and standing firm in their faith. Then, out of nowhere, opposition raises people spreading lies, trying to sabotage them, even attacking their character. At first, it might seem like the chosen one is losing the battle, like the enemy is winning. But then, one by one, those who plotted against them start to fall. The job they thought they secured vanishes. The power they thought they held slips through their fingers. Their own choices come back to haunt them. Not because the chosen one sought revenge, but because divine law does not allow injustice to go unchecked. This is not superstition. This is spiritual reality. Every action carries weight in the unseen realm, and when someone tries to interfere with a chosen one's path, they are setting themselves up for divine correction. Ask yourself, have you ever seen someone mistreat a person walking in their purpose, only to watch their own life unravel in unexpected ways? Have you noticed how the universe always seems to restore balance in the end? This is why chosen ones must stand firm, never lower their vibration to match the energy of those who seek to harm them. Because what they carry is too important, and their purpose is bigger than any temporary battle. So, if you are a chosen one, let this be your confirmation. You are protected. No weapon formed against you will prosper, because your journey is written in spiritual ink that no human hands can erase. Walk boldly in your purpose, stay aligned with your divine calling, and never fear those who plot against you, for what they intend for your harm will only bring about their own downfall. This is not punishment, this is balance. The universe ensures that those who disrupt the sacred order will always reap what they sow. Keep growing, keep evolving, and most importantly, keep walking in the light. I would love to hear your thoughts on this. What is your perspective on the importance of this value? Share your insights, and let's continue this conversation. If this video has resonated with you and reminded you of the divine protection that surrounds the chosen ones, take a moment to reflect on how you can apply these principles to your daily life. Let this message inspire you to stand firm in your purpose and trust that no harm will prevail against you when you walk in alignment with God's plan. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and share this video with someone who needs to hear it today. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or experiences. How has faith strengthened you in challenging times? Let's continue to support each other on this incredible journey. Remember, the best is yet to come, and you are never alone. Stay blessed, and may your path be filled with peace, joy, and unwavering strength. God's warning: 7 types of people you must not help. Do not be deceived. Bad company corrupts good character. 1 Corinthians 15:33. Have you ever found yourself constantly drained, giving your time and energy to people who never truly appreciate or respect you? Sometimes, helping the wrong people can hold you back from your own spiritual and personal growth. In today's video on spiritual wisdom, we'll uncover God's warning about the 7 types of people you must not help, not out of selfishness, but to protect your own peace, purpose, and spiritual well-being. Which of these have you encountered in your life? Share your thoughts in the comments, and let's dive deep into this powerful lesson together. 1. The wicked and sinful. In a world that constantly reminds us that God loves everyone, it's essential to understand the deeper truth. While God's love is all-encompassing, His approval is not. God does not bless wickedness, nor does He condone sin. The key here is to realize that while God's love is unconditional, His support and approval are reserved for those who walk in His ways. This distinction is crucial for us as believers because we are called to walk in wisdom and live according to His will. Psalm 1:1 tells us, "Blessed is the one who does not walk in step with the wicked." It's clear, isn't it? If you desire to experience God's blessings in your life, you must separate yourself from the influence of wicked people. Let's get one thing straight. We all fall short. We all need God's grace. However, there is a vast difference between someone who repents and turns away from sin and someone who embraces it. The sinner who acknowledges their wrongdoing and seeks spiritual growth is not the same as the one who defends and promotes sin. Proverbs 6:16-19 warns us about behaviors that God detests. It's a powerful list to reflect on things like a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood, hearts that devises wicked schemes, and feet that rush to do evil. This list isn't just a warning, it's an indication of the kind of behaviors we must avoid and not support in others. The people who are deeply entrenched in sin, those who mock God's word and reject His wisdom, cannot be helped in the same way as someone who is genuinely trying to change. In fact, trying to assist someone committed to wickedness can actually be a fruitless effort. Your kindness, your time, and even your sacrifices will not be enough to change them. The sad reality is that your attempts to help the wicked may not only be in vain, they could lead you to share in their guilt. Romans 1:32 makes this starkly clear. Although they know God's righteous decree, they not only continue to do these very things, but also approve of those who practice them. The danger lies not only in their sin, but also in the approval and support we give to their actions. If we help those who reject God's wisdom, we may be unintentionally partnering with their rebellion, endorsing what God has already condemned. Consider the stories of Jezebel, Cain, and Judas. These individuals were warned, yet they refused to repent. Jezebel's wickedness led to her tragic downfall, 2 Kings 9:30-37. Cain's murderous act against Abel brought God's curse upon him, Genesis 4:10-12. And Judas's betrayal of Jesus ended in destruction, Matthew 27:5. They were all warned, but their hearts remained hardened. and they chose their path of sin despite the opportunity for change. You may find yourself surrounded by people who embody this kind of wickedness. Family members, friends, co-workers, people you care for, yet who may not be willing to turn from their sinful ways. You might ask, how do I love them without enabling their behavior? The answer is clear. Set boundaries. Speak the truth. Do not compromise. You can love them without endorsing their actions. Pray for them without becoming entangled in their sin. It is possible to show compassion while maintaining your integrity. God has called you to stand firm in righteousness. It is not your job to save anyone. That is God's work. You are called to be a reflection of His truth, to stand for what is right, and to pray that others might come to see the light. Some people will never change until they face the consequences of their own actions. As much as it hurts, we cannot force them to repent or change, but we can continue to love them, speak truth to them, and pray that God will open their eyes to their need for His grace. It's all part of the spiritual journey to love others as God loves us, but also to know when to step back, set boundaries, and allow them to face the consequences of their choices. Let us always remember the wisdom in Proverbs 3:5-6. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to Him, and He will make your paths straight. Trusting in God's timing and wisdom is the foundation of our spiritual journey. If you're ready to break free from the chains of wickedness and embrace a path of righteousness, comment, "I choose light" below. 2. The unrepentant. Beloved, there is a profound difference between someone who struggles with sin and someone who is unrepentant. It is one thing to fall, but to rise again with a heart seeking God's grace. It is another thing entirely to remain in sin with no desire for change. The Bible speaks with great clarity about those who refuse to turn away from their sinful ways. Hebrews 10:26 warns us, "If we deliberately keep on sinning after receiving the knowledge of the truth, no sacrifice for sins is left." This is not merely a caution, but a sobering reality. Rebellion against God is not always loud and defiant. Sometimes it is as simple as knowing the truth yet refusing to act upon it. Unrepentance is more than just a behavior. It is a hardened posture of the heart. It is a spirit that says, "I hear God's word, but I will do as I please." And here's what you must understand when you continue to help someone who refuses to repent. You are not aiding their transformation. You are enabling their rebellion. Some of you are carrying people whom God has been trying to break. You have been stepping in to rescue those whom God has been trying to correct. But listen carefully. When you interfere with God's process, you are not just helping them. You are putting yourself in opposition to God's will. You may have poured your prayers, your wisdom, your resources, and your love into someone who keeps returning to the same destructive patterns. But let me tell you, if they do not desire change, your efforts will be in vain. There are people who do not want to be delivered. They only want to be comforted in their dysfunction. They do not want correction. They want validation. They do not seek transformation. They seek sympathy. But understand this, you cannot set someone free who loves their chains. Proverbs 29:1 reminds us, "Whoever remains stiff-necked after many rebukes will suddenly be destroyed without remedy." God is merciful, but He is also just. He is slow to anger, but He is not slow to judge those who refuse to repent. Romans 2:5 declares, "Because of your stubbornness and your unrepentant heart, you are storing up wrath against yourself for the day of God's wrath." This means that continued defiance does not go unnoticed. It accumulates judgment. And here's something you must never forget: God will always warn before He judges. He will always send correction before He brings destruction. But if a person chooses to reject His voice, harden their heart, and ignore His truth, They will eventually face the full weight of their choices. God will never override free will. If someone does not want to change, He will allow them to experience the consequences of their decisions. And sometimes, the best thing you can do is step back and allow them to hit rock bottom. This is not cruelty, it is wisdom. The parable of the prodigal son in Luke 15:11-32 is a powerful example of this. The father did not chase after his wayward son when he left. He did not stop him from wasting his inheritance. He let him go. And it was only when the son was starving in the pig pen that he came to his senses. Some people will never change until they are broken. Some will never repent until they have lost everything. And if you keep trying to rescue them before they repent, you are interfering with the lesson God is trying to teach them. Spiritual wisdom requires discernment. There is a time to help, and there is a time to step back. You are called to love, to guide, to pray, but you are not called to fight against God's discipline. Let God do what only He can do. Pray, release, and trust that when the time is right, He will bring true transformation. Do you believe repentance is essential for spiritual growth? If so, comment, "I agree" below to share your thoughts and connect with others on this journey of wisdom and transformation. 3. The proud and arrogant. The Bible doesn't just caution against pride, it condemns it outright. Pride is dangerous, deceptive, and ultimately destructive. Proverbs 16:18 states it plainly, "Pride goes before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall." When a person is consumed with their own wisdom, their own achievements, and their own way of doing things, there is no room left for God. They reject correction, ignore counsel, and dismiss wisdom. And do you know what happens to someone like that? They fall every single time. The word of God is clear. God opposes the proud, but gives grace to the humble. James 4:6. This isn't just a warning, it's a spiritual law. If you operate in arrogance, you're not just fighting against circumstances or people, you are standing in opposition to God Himself. And let me tell you something. That is a battle you cannot win. When you try to correct a proud person, they reject your wisdom. When you try to guide them, they ignore your counsel. When you try to warn them, they dismiss your advice. Proverbs 26:12 warns us, "Do you see a person wise in their own eyes? There is more hope for a fool than for them." Some people are not suffering because of demonic attacks or external circumstances. Some people suffer simply because they refuse to listen, refuse to take correction, and refuse to humble themselves before God. And if you keep trying to help someone who is filled with pride, you will only end up drained, frustrated, and exhausted, because you cannot rescue someone who does not believe they need saving. It is important to understand the difference between confidence and arrogance. Confidence is rooted in faith. It trusts in God's strength. Arrogance, on the other hand, is rooted in self. It trusts in personal effort alone. The confident person declares, "I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me." Philippians 4:13. But the arrogant person boasts, "I did this. I built this. I achieved this." And when a person starts taking the credit that belongs to God, they set themselves up for a downfall. A perfect example is King Nebuchadnezzar in Daniel 4. He had power, wealth, and influence, but he made one fatal mistake. He took credit for what God had done. He looked over his kingdom and said, "Is not this the great Babylon I have built as the royal residence, by my mighty power and for the glory of my majesty?" Daniel 4:30. The moment those words left his mouth, judgment fell upon him. God stripped him of his power, drove him from his palace, and made him live like an animal in the wilderness for 7 years until he humbled himself and acknowledged that God alone reigns. Then there's Pharaoh in the book of Exodus. Despite being warned 10 times by Moses to humble himself and release the Israelites, Pharaoh hardened his heart. He refused to listen, refused to submit, and refused to acknowledge God's authority. The result? His kingdom was devastated by plagues, his army drowned in the Red Sea, and his legacy was utterly destroyed. Pride blinds people. It makes them ignore warnings, reject wise counsel, and fight battles they were never meant to fight. Some of you are frustrated right now because you keep trying to help people who refuse to receive help. You keep pouring out wisdom, but they reject it. You keep trying to lead them, but they resist. You keep warning them, but they refuse to listen. You cannot force wisdom onto a fool. Even Jesus himself said in Matthew 7:6, "Do not give dogs what is sacred. Do not throw your pearls to pigs. If you do, they may trample them under their feet and turn and tear you to pieces." Some people are so arrogant that they will take the wisdom you offer and trample on it. You cannot help someone who refuses to acknowledge they need help. You cannot correct someone who believes they are always right. And if you keep trying, you will only waste your time, drain your energy, and invite unnecessary stress into your life. This does not mean you should be rude or unkind. It simply means you must use discernment. If you see pride in someone, address it with love. But if they refuse to listen, step back and let God deal with them. Some lessons can only be learned through hardship. Some people will never change until they have been humbled by life itself. King Nebuchadnezzar didn't change until he lost everything. Pharaoh didn't break until his entire army was destroyed. Sometimes, the most loving thing you can do is allow someone to experience the consequences of their own arrogance. Stay connected with our community of wisdom and growth by subscribing to our channel. Here we explore the power of energy, the law of attraction, and the keys to true transformation. Arrogance and pride can block our path to abundance, but with awareness and spiritual alignment, we unlock our highest potential. Remember, true power comes from humility and inner strength. Embrace the journey, subscribe now, and awaken the greatness within you. 4. The dishonest and manipulative. My friends, in this journey of life, not everyone who asks for your help is truly in need. Some people do not come to you because they are struggling. They come because they see you as an opportunity. They recognize the kindness in your heart, the generosity in your soul, and they take advantage of it. These individuals do not seek assistance with good intentions. They seek to exploit your compassion, knowing that you will give without question. But let me tell you something. God's wisdom warns us to be discerning, to recognize when we are being used, and to understand that not every plea for help is sincere. The Bible is very clear about dishonesty and manipulation. Proverbs 12:22 reminds us, "The Lord detests lying lips, but he delights in people who are trustworthy." This is because deception is not just a mere falsehood, it is a tool of the enemy. The Apostle Paul, in 2 Corinthians 11:14, warns us that Satan himself masquerades as an angel of light. In other words, deceit often comes disguised. It does not always appear in an obvious form. The most dangerous deceivers are those who sound sincere. The most cunning manipulators are those who present themselves as victims. They know how to twist your emotions, make you feel guilty, and use flattery to gain your trust. They will pretend to be something they are not, weaving stories of desperation to manipulate your goodwill. But let me warn you, do not be deceived. Proverbs 26:24 through 26 states, "Enemies disguise themselves with their lips, but in their hearts they harbor deceit. Though their speech is charming, do not believe them." These are sobering words, a divine reminder that not everyone who speaks well is sincere. There are individuals who will tell you exactly what you want to hear, just to get what they desire. Many have fallen into this trap, repeatedly giving to those who have shown themselves to be untruthful. And each time these deceivers are caught in their web of lies, they come back with yet another excuse, another fabricated story, another tactic to pull at your heartstrings. Let me be clear. If someone has manipulated you into giving, they do not deserve your help. If they have twisted the truth, guilt-tripped you, or pressured you into supporting them, it is time to step back and let them go. God calls us to be compassionate, but He also calls us to be wise. Helping someone should never come at the cost of enabling deception. True kindness is not about giving indiscriminately. It is about giving wisely. God does not bless blind generosity. He blesses discernment, and He honors those who seek wisdom in their actions. So be vigilant, be discerning, and trust that when you act in wisdom, you are aligning yourself with God's truth and protecting the purity of your own heart. If you are ready to see through deception and protect your energy, repeat after me. I recognize dishonesty and manipulation. I trust my intuition and stand strong in truth. Stay aware. Stay empowered. 5. The foolish. Open your spiritual ears and hear this truth. Foolishness is not about intelligence. It is about rejecting wisdom. Some people are not struggling because life has been unfair to them, nor because they lack opportunities. They are struggling because they refuse to listen. They reject wisdom, ignore correction, and choose their own destructive path. The Bible warns us time and again about such people. Proverbs 13:20 offers a sobering reality. Walk with the wise and become wise, for a companion of fools suffers harm. This is not just a poetic warning. It is a spiritual law. If you keep surrounding yourself with those who reject wisdom, you will suffer not because you are foolish, but because their choices will spill over into your life. Some of you are exhausting yourselves, trying to help people that God has already warned you about. So, what is a fool? A fool is not someone who lacks knowledge, but someone who refuses to accept wisdom. They hear truth, but reject it. They receive correction, but dismiss it. Proverbs 26:11 paints a vivid picture. As a dog returns to its vomit, so fools repeat their folly. Imagine that a dog will eat something harmful, vomit it out, and then go right back to it. And that is exactly what a fool does. They break free from bad choices only to run back to them. They escape toxic relationships only to return. They receive wise counsel but choose to ignore it. The hard truth is this: you cannot save a fool. Some of you are weary, pouring your love, your wisdom, your resources, and your time into people who are not ready to change. No matter how much you try to reason with them, they keep making the same bad choices. They drain your energy, sap your joy, and leave you exhausted. And here's what's even worse. A fool will make you look like the crazy one. You are the one chasing them, trying to help, while they keep rejecting your help. Proverbs 23:9 warns us clearly, "Do not speak to fools, for they will scorn your prudent words." Have you ever tried to reason with someone who simply refuses to listen? It's like talking to a brick wall. They don't want wisdom. They want validation for their bad choices. Understand this: a fool does not lack knowledge. They lack humility. It is not that they do not know what is right. It is that they refuse to be corrected. And here's the difficult truth. When you continue to help a fool, you become part of their cycle. You become their rescuer, but not their teacher. They will keep coming back to you for help, but they will never change. They want relief, but they do not want transformation. And if you continue to enable them, they will waste your resources, drain your energy, and blame you when things go wrong. This is why Proverbs 14:7 instructs us, Stay away from a fool, for you will not find knowledge on their lips. Some of you need to take a step back and allow life to teach them the lessons they refuse to learn from you. Remember this: only God can humble a fool. It is not your job to rescue everyone. There are times when stepping back is not an act of abandonment, but an act of wisdom. Some people must experience the consequences of their own choices before they are ready to change. As spiritual beings, we must discern where to invest our energy. Jesus himself said in Matthew 7:6, "Do not give dogs what is sacred. Do not throw your pearls to pigs. If you do, they may trample them under their feet and turn and tear you to pieces. Your wisdom is valuable. Your love is precious. But if you continue to give it to those who scorn it, they will only use it against you." Comment below, "I choose wisdom over folly," if you are ready to walk the path of true understanding. 6. The ungrateful. There are people who will take your sacrifices, your love, your time, and your effort as if it was owed to them. They will receive everything you pour into them without a second thought, without a moment of appreciation. But understand this: ungratefulness is not just an unfortunate character flaw. It is a sign of a hardened heart, and God warns us about it. In Luke 17:18, Jesus performed a miraculous healing, cleansing 10 lepers, but only one returned to give thanks. Jesus took notice and asked, "Were not all 10 cleansed? Where are the other 9? This is a powerful lesson. Where are those who received but never returned? Where are those who were lifted but never acknowledged the hands that helped them? How many times have you given, sacrificed, and poured into others, only to have them walk away without a word of gratitude? Gratitude is a sign of humility and a heart aligned with God. On the other hand, an ungrateful heart is a dangerous thing. In 2 Timothy 3:2, Paul warns us that in the last days, people will be lovers of themselves, lovers of money, ungrateful, unholy. Did you hear that? Ungratefulness is grouped with selfishness and godlessness. It is not a minor issue. It is a spiritual warning sign. When people refuse to acknowledge the blessings they receive, they separate themselves from the flow of divine favor. Helping an ungrateful person is like pouring water into a vessel full of holes. No matter how much you give, it will never be enough. No matter how much you sacrifice, they will always want more. The more you help, the less they appreciate it. The more you give, the more they demand. This is why Proverbs 17:13 warns us, "Evil will never leave the house of one who repays good with evil." Some people do not just fail to express gratitude. They turn against those who have been good to them. Have you ever found yourself in that position? Have you ever bent over backward for someone, only to have them betray you, mistreat you, or act as if you never did anything for them? Many people today are exhausted because they are constantly trying to win over ungrateful people. But listen carefully. God did not call you to be anyone's doormat. He did not command you to keep pouring into people who refuse to value your kindness. You must recognize when to stop giving your best to those who take it for granted. Gratitude is a key that unlocks increase. Look at what Jesus did in John 6:11. Before he multiplied the fish and the loaves, he gave thanks. This is not a coincidence. In 1 Thessalonians 5:18, we are instructed to give thanks in all circumstances. Gratitude is a magnet for more blessings. When you thank God, He releases more. When you are grateful for what you already have, He multiplies it. But when you walk in ungratefulness, you close the door to your own breakthrough. If thanksgiving unlocks doors, then ingratitude locks them shut. Some people are not stuck because of the enemy. They are stuck because of their own lack of gratitude. Some are not walking in divine favor because they never took the time to acknowledge the blessings they have already received. Spiritual awakening begins with a heart of thankfulness. If you want to experience God's abundance, start by recognizing His blessings in your life. So, here is the lesson. If you want to live in God's favor, develop a spirit of gratitude. And if you want to walk in wisdom, stop helping the ungrateful. Let them learn to appreciate what they have before it is too late. Because one thing is certain, what you refuse to appreciate, you will eventually lose. Do you recognize the power of gratitude? Comment with belief. I choose to be grateful. I attract abundance. 7. The lazy and idle. There is a vast difference between offering help to those who are genuinely struggling and enabling those who choose to remain stagnant. The Bible is clear. Laziness is not an unfortunate circumstance. It is a choice, a deeply ingrained habit, and ultimately, a form of self-sabotage. Proverbs 10 verse 4 warns us, "Lazy hands make for poverty, but diligent hands bring wealth." If a man refuses to work, if he deliberately neglects his responsibilities, if he continually avoids the effort required to build his life, then the hardships he faces are not an attack of the enemy, but rather the natural consequence of his own choices. The Apostle Paul was so firm on this issue that he wrote to the Thessalonian church declaring, "If anyone is not willing to work, let him not eat." 2 Thessalonians chapter 3 verse 10. This is not a lack of compassion, but rather a divine principle of accountability. God has established a world where we reap what we sow. If a person shows nothing, he should expect to reap nothing. Yet many of us, with hearts full of good intentions, disrupt this divine order by constantly rescuing those who refuse to move forward. We must understand that there is a difference between helping and enabling. When you financially support a lazy person, you do not bless them, you cripple them. When you cover for them, excuse their irresponsibility, and continually bail them out, you are robbing them of the lesson that could push them toward change. Jesus himself illustrated the cost of laziness in Matthew chapter 25, verses 24 through 30, through the parable of the servant who was given a talent but chose to bury it instead of investing it. When the master returned, he did not accept the servant's excuses. He called him wicked and lazy and stripped him of what little he had left. This parable is a stark warning. Those who refuse to act, who make excuses instead of efforts, will ultimately lose even the opportunities they were given. There is a critical distinction between those who cannot work and those who will not work. Proverbs chapter 6, verses 9 through 11 admonishes, "How long will you lie there, you sluggard? When will you get up from your sleep? A little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands to rest, and poverty will come on you like a thief and scarcity like an armed man." Some of you are exhausted because you have poured your resources, time and energy into people who refuse to help themselves. No matter how much you give, they do less and expect more. Let me tell you something that is not a godly burden. There is a time to help and a time to step back. If you keep feeding a man who refuses to plow his own field, you are preventing him from ever learning to trust in God. Sometimes, the most loving thing you can do is say, "I will not carry what God never asked me to carry." You may ask, how do I know if someone is genuinely in need or simply choosing laziness? Consider these signs. They always have an excuse for why they can't work, but find plenty of time for entertainment and distractions. They expect others to provide for them, but refuse to make an effort to provide for themselves. They have opportunities, but refuse to take them. They consistently waste resources, whether money, time, or talents. They only seek help when they are in a crisis, but they never take action to prevent the next crisis from coming. These patterns reveal a mindset that resists growth, responsibility, and accountability. Setting boundaries is not unkind, it is wisdom. Even Jesus did not chase after the rich young ruler when he walked away. Mark chapter 10, verses 17 through 22. God himself allows people to feel the weight of their choices Because sometimes, pain is the only force strong enough to provoke change. If you have been enabling someone in their laziness, it is time to stop. And if you recognize that you have been the one trapped in complacency, it is time to repent and rise. The good news is that God gives grace to those who humble themselves. Proverbs chapter 13 verse 4 tells us, "A sluggard's appetite is never filled, but the desires of the diligent are fully satisfied." If you make the decision today to shake off idleness, step into diligence, and put your hands to work, God will bless the work of your hands. So I challenge you today, who are you helping that God has told you to release? Pray for wisdom. Pray for discernment. Because the truth is, no matter how much you want to help, you can never save someone who is determined to remain stuck. If this message has spoken to your heart today, leave a comment of wisdom. I choose diligence over idleness. I am embracing growth, purpose, and abundance in my life. Let this be your declaration. And if you found this message inspiring, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more spiritual wisdom. In life, our kindness should be guided by wisdom. While helping others is noble, God warns us against enabling those who take advantage of our generosity, reject truth, or bring harm into our lives. Protecting your peace and spiritual well-being is just as important as showing compassion. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Turn on notifications so you won't miss our upcoming videos filled with powerful insights for your spiritual journey. Stay blessed and see you in the next video. Chosen one. Someone is investigating you. You're the most mysterious existence they've ever seen. The mystery of human existence lies not in just staying alive, but in finding something to live for. Fyodor Dostoevsky. Welcome, seekers of truth. Have you ever felt like people can't stop watching you, analyzing you, trying to decipher what makes you different? That's because you are. The chosen ones were never meant to blend in. They were meant to awaken, to challenge, to inspire. The more mysterious you are, the more the world feels compelled to investigate you. But what if their curiosity is actually a sign that you're walking the right path? Share your thoughts in the comments. Have you ever noticed people acting strangely around you? Let's dive deep into this powerful revelation together. 1. The inexplicable energy phenomenon. Have you ever walked into a room and noticed a change not in what people were saying, but in how they were reacting? Conversations stopped, eyes followed your movements, and an almost imperceptible tension hung in the air. It wasn't paranoia. It was an unspoken acknowledgement of your presence. Unlike most people, who blend into the scene easily, you disrupted the status quo without even trying. It wasn't about arrogance or attention-seeking. It was about the energy you carried, the depth of your silence, and the way you defied normalcy simply by existing. People couldn't help but investigate you because deep down, their instincts told them you were different. In a world that thrives on predictability, you were an anomaly, a variable that didn't conform to the patterns their minds craved. And that confused them. This curiosity is not just a casual interest, it is hardwired into human nature. People are constantly assessing threats, opportunities, and hierarchies. But with you, their radar is off. Are you an ally, a leader, or an unsolved mystery? The lack of easy answers keeps their minds engaged. They watch you, listen to you, and try to piece together a picture that makes sense. Yet, no matter how much they analyze, they always fall short. You see, most people express themselves through predictable words, actions, and reactions. But you are a paradox. Your presence commands attention without demanding it, Your aura radiates authority without needing to exert power, and your energy changes the atmosphere without effort. This is the sign of a spiritually awakened person, one whose nature operates on a level beyond surface interactions. It's not that you're deliberately secretive. It's that you exist in a realm beyond the superficial, and that confuses those still tied to it. In a society obsessed with understanding and categorizing, your mystery is both fascinating and frustrating. People dissect your words, interpret your silences, and scrutinize your body language like detectives looking for hidden clues. Yet the more they search, the less they discover. Why? Because you're not just a puzzle with a missing piece, you're the architect of an entirely different game. Your spiritual awakening has brought you to a frequency that many people still don't understand, and that makes you a puzzle they can't decipher. But the truth is, their attraction is not just about you, but about what you represent. They are drawn to your energy, because on some level, they wish they had that unshakable presence themselves. They see in you a version of themselves that they have yet to unlock, a person unbound by societal expectations, unshaken by external validation, and completely in tune with their own power. And until they figure out how to realize that, they will continue to watch, wonder, and analyze, hoping that one day they will crack the code and discover what makes you so different. The answer, however, is simple. It is not something that can be taught. It is something that must be awakened. And until they embark on their own spiritual journey, they will always see you as the most mysterious being they have ever encountered. If this inspires you on your journey, comment below, "I choose to stay awake," and let's continue this wonderful journey. 2. The fear of being wrong about you. People have an obsession with being right about others, as if labeling someone makes the world more predictable and safe. They want to fit you into neat little categories: a hero, a villain, a genius, or just plain lucky, because that gives them a sense of control. But you defy those labels, and that drives them mad. No matter how hard they try, you slip through their definitions, leaving them unsettled. This isn't just curiosity, it's ego. People want to believe they're good at reading others, that their judgments are accurate, and that their instincts won't fail them. But when they meet someone like you, someone who doesn't fit neatly into their framework, it shakes their confidence. One moment, they think they've figured you out, and the next, you do something that completely contradicts their assumptions. Suddenly, they're questioning everything, not just about you, but about their entire way of seeing people. If they were wrong about you, could they be wrong about others too? This doubt lingers, gnawing at them, because you represent something that doesn't follow their mental script. Even when they think they've finally understood you, that creeping sense of uncertainty returns. What if they've missed something? What if there's more to the story? That fear keeps them watching, analyzing, and investigating, not just because they want to understand you, but because their own sense of control depends on it. If they can pin you down, it reassures them that their worldview is intact. But since they can't, they remain caught in an endless cycle of curiosity, frustration, and fascination. Think about modern life. People love making assumptions based on first impressions, social media profiles, or even a single conversation. They categorize others based on success, failure, appearance, or lifestyle choices. But have you ever met someone who completely shattered your expectations? Maybe it was a co-worker who seemed reserved, but turned out to be incredibly wise, or a stranger whose presence carried an unexplainable depth. You couldn't quite define them, and that mystery lingered in your mind. That's the same effect you have on others. Your spirituality, your depth, and your ability to move beyond surface-level existence make you an enigma. You embody spiritual growth, showing that life isn't about rigid definitions, but about expanding beyond them. The real question is, why does society fear what it can't define? And more importantly, why do people struggle to accept that some individuals simply transcend labels? The lesson here is simple. Your existence isn't meant to be understood by everyone. Some people investigate you not because you're doing something wrong, but because you're living proof that life is more profound than their limited understanding allows. So, don't shrink yourself to fit their definitions. Keep evolving, keep growing, and let them wrestle with the beautiful mystery that is you. Affirm it boldly. I am glowing because of God's Spirit within me. Let this be a daily reminder that you are walking in divine purpose, transformed from the inside out. Three, untraceable origins. Imagine this. People thrive on patterns, on logic, on tracing a path from point A to point B, believing that if they can decode where someone comes from, they can predict where they're headed. But when it comes to you, none of their calculations add up. They search for clues, piecing together childhood experiences, relationships, career choices, setbacks, hoping to uncover a familiar pattern, something that explains you. Yet every time they think they've figured you out, you break the mold. You don't fit into their neatly structured world. You might not have come from wealth, yet you move with the confidence of someone born into royalty. You may lack formal education, yet your words carry a depth of spiritual wisdom that humbles even scholars. Perhaps life threw every obstacle your way, and still, here you are standing tall, unwavering, as if destiny itself bends in your favor. And that terrifies them. Why? Because your very existence challenges their understanding of success, growth, and even reality itself. They've always believed that life follows a structured path, that certain milestones must be met, that success is earned in specific ways. But you prove that the universe does not abide by their rules. You show them that life isn't always logical, that some individuals rise beyond expectation, beyond reason, beyond what should be possible. And if you can do it, what does that mean for them? What does that say about the limitations they've placed on themselves? F. Scott Fitzgerald once said, "The test of a first-rate intelligence is the ability to hold two opposing ideas in mind at the same time and still retain the ability to function." You are that paradox. The one who shouldn't exist yet does. And so, they investigate, they observe, trying to find the missing piece that will make you make sense. But the truth is, there is no missing piece. You were never part of a formula to begin with. They will never fully unravel the mystery that is you. And that's exactly what makes you so compelling, so unforgettable. But, tell me this. If their world was built on predictable rules, and you are living proof that those rules can be broken, then what else might be possible? What other limits have they imposed upon themselves simply because they believed they had to? Maybe, just maybe, your existence is not just a mystery, but an invitation for them to see beyond what they thought was real, to step into a world where the impossible is simply unexplored potential. So, do you see now? You aren't just an enigma to them. You are a revelation. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like this video and share it with others who might need these great values. Let's continue this conversation and go deeper into what these values really mean. 4. Their obsession is a form of worship. There's a fine line between obsession and reverence, and if you've ever felt like someone is fixated on you, analyzing your every move, it's not always about control or competition. Sometimes it's something much deeper, something that borders on worship. When people can't stop watching you, when they dissect your words, your actions, and even your silence, it's because they sense an energy that is rare, a presence that is unshakable. This isn't just curiosity. It's an unconscious pull towards something they don't fully understand but desperately want to. You see, In a world where most are caught in the chaos, running in circles trying to find meaning, you move differently. You carry a sense of knowing, a certainty, a spiritual depth that others can't quite put their finger on. It's not about power in the traditional sense, but about something far greater. An alignment, a spiritual awakening that radiates through you. They may never admit it, but deep inside they believe you hold a key they don't have. Maybe it's how you remain calm in the face of adversity, how you carry yourself with grace when others would break, or how you seem guided by something beyond the visible world. Whatever it is, they want a piece of it. And here's where it gets even more fascinating. Their curiosity isn't passive, it's ritualistic. They study you like a sacred text, trying to decode what makes you so resilient, so magnetic, so untouchable. Their investigation becomes a spiritual practice in itself, a silent prayer to absorb what you have, to unlock the mystery of your existence. They might not even realize they're doing it, but on a deeper level, they see you as a symbol of something greater, proof that there is another way to live, a path beyond fear and conformity. They question you, they challenge you, they may even try to bring you down. But beneath it all, their fascination reveals a truth they cannot escape. You represent something sacred that they wish they could embody. The most mysterious existence they've ever seen is not just intriguing, it's transformational. And whether they understand it or not, they keep coming back, drawn to the energy you carry. This is why being a chosen one, a spiritually awakened soul, comes with its own set of challenges. You will be observed, analyzed, even misunderstood. But take this as confirmation you are walking a path that few dare to tread. And in that journey, you become more than just a mystery to others. You become a reflection of what's possible, a mirror showing them the untapped power within themselves. They may call it obsession, but deep down, it's something much greater. It's a search for meaning, a yearning for truth. And in their attempt to understand you, they unknowingly step closer to their own awakening. If this message speaks to you, take it a step further and share it with someone who might need this reminder. Together, we can build connections rooted in honesty and respect. 5. You activate their own shadows. Have you ever wondered why some people seem almost obsessed with you, analyzing your every move, trying to figure out what makes you so different? It's not just curiosity, it's something much deeper. When they look at you, they're not just seeing you, they're seeing a reflection of themselves. And that's where the real discomfort begins. There's something about your presence that awakens them, bringing to the surface insecurities they've buried, dreams they've abandoned, and truths they've avoided. Maybe it's your confidence in who you are, your ability to walk your own path without fear of judgment. Maybe you're living a spiritually evolved life, embracing authenticity, while they've spent years wearing a mask to fit in. Or maybe you simply remind them of a version of themselves they once dreamed of becoming, but abandoned along the way. Either way, you're inadvertently holding up a mirror they're not ready to look into. For example, someone is stuck in a job they despise, feeling trapped, but too afraid to take the leap toward their true calling. Then they see you fearless, passionate, living your truth without hesitation. The contrast is painful. Instead of being inspired, they feel exposed. They start questioning themselves, but instead of facing that discomfort, they blame you. They scrutinize you, looking for flaws, hoping to prove to themselves that you're not as special as you seem. If they can find a crack in your confidence, a mistake in your path, it will reassure them that they're not inferior, they're just regular people. But this is where things get interesting. The deeper they dig, the more they reveal about themselves. Their jealousy, their frustration, their inner struggles all come to the surface, and instead of finding peace, they become obsessed with you. Think about how many times you've met someone who seems obsessed with bringing you down. Whether it's a co-worker who constantly questions your choices, a friend who makes sarcastic comments about your success, or even a stranger who who stands by from afar, jealous but unable to look away. What's really going on? You've become their inner battlefield. Your existence forces them to confront parts of themselves they've long ignored. And whether they admire you, resent you, or waver in between, one thing is certain. You've changed them. That's why they keep watching, keep wondering, keep trying to decipher you. So what does this mean for you? Should you dim your light to make others comfortable? Absolutely not. Your spiritual growth is not just for you, it is also a catalyst for awakening those around you. Some will resist it, some will be drawn to it, and some will struggle with their emotions because of it. But that is not a burden you have to bear. The path of the chosen one was never about fitting in. It was about showing what is possible. And the real question is, do you continue to shine, knowing that your very existence is inspiring transformation even in those who do not yet understand it? I would love to hear your thoughts. Comment below. Or if you are at a loss for words, comment, "I continue to shine," and we will journey together. 6. Defiance of predictability. People crave predictability. It gives them a sense of control, a structure they can rely on, a reality that behaves according to the rules they believe in. They expect specific reactions from others, a sequence of cause and effect that reassures them the world is operating as it should. A polite nod in response to kindness, a defensive retort to criticism, an emotional breakdown when faced with hardship, these patterns keep their understanding of life intact. But you are the anomaly they never saw coming. You shatter their expectations effortlessly, leaving them bewildered, intrigued, and perhaps even a little afraid. When they push, they expect resistance or surrender, but instead, you remain unreadable, unmoved, untamed. When they anticipate anger, you smile. When they bait you into conflict, you choose silence. When they spin a web of drama, you step away, untouched by the chaos. This defiance of predictability doesn't just confuse them, it unsettles them on a level they can't even articulate. Their attempts to investigate you, to analyze your mind like a puzzle, fall apart because their methods rely on logic and patterns, and you don't play by those rules. They believe in cause and effect, yet you move by instinct, guided by intuition, by spiritual wisdom, by something deeper and more fluid than they can comprehend. They expect you to fit a mold, but you slip through their fingers like water, reforming into something entirely new the moment they think they've figured you out. This unpredictability makes you an enigma to someone whose presence challenges the very foundations of their understanding. After all, as Bruce Lee once said, "Be water, my friend." Water adapts, flows, reshapes itself, and cannot be grasped, and that is exactly what you have become. People who think in straight lines will always fear those who think in spirals. Their world operates on fixed laws, on the idea that A must lead to B, that emotions and reactions are predictable. But you are beyond that. You don't just break the rules, they were never yours to follow in the first place. Every time they attempt to trace your path, to uncover some hidden logic in your actions, they find themselves lost. You are a paradox, a living contradiction to their belief that life must unfold in a certain way. And the harder they try to crack your code, the more they realize there is no code to break. They investigate, they question, they analyze, yet every answer leads to more questions. What they fear most isn't just that they don't understand you. It's that your existence proves there are other ways to live, to think, to be. And if that's true, then everything they built their lives around might not be as solid as they once believed. So, let me ask you this. Have you ever noticed how people react when they can't predict you? Have you seen the frustration in their eyes when their attempts to categorize you fail? That's not just curiosity, it's fear. The unknown terrifies them because it reminds them that the world isn't as rigid as they'd like to believe. And you, my friend, are the embodiment of that truth. You are living proof that freedom exists beyond predictability, beyond expectations, beyond the invisible chains society places on the mind. So why would you ever trade that for the illusion of safety? Why would you ever dim your mystery just to make them comfortable? The greatest minds in history, the visionaries, the revolutionaries, the ones who changed the world, were never predictable. They were impossible to define, just like you. So tell me, are you ready to embrace your nature? Because whether they love you or fear you, one thing is certain: they will never be able to ignore you. I would love to hear your thoughts on this. What is your perspective on the importance of this value? Share your insights and let's continue this conversation. 7. Your silence creates echoes. There's an undeniable power in silence, a force so profound that it unsettles those who seek to understand you. In a world where people are addicted to constant chatter, where every glance and tone is analyzed for hidden meaning, your silence becomes a mystery too deep to ignore. When you don't explain yourself, when you don't rush to fill the space with words, people's minds start racing, desperately trying to construct a narrative that makes sense. They take your quietness as a puzzle, a riddle that demands solving. And in doing so, they reveal more about themselves than they ever will about you. Their insecurities creep in. What does your silence mean? Did they say something wrong? Are you testing them? The fear of the unknown is a powerful thing, and when they can't place you into a neat little box, they become obsessed. They investigate, trying to uncover some hidden truth about you. When in reality, your silence is simply the absence of noise, not a cryptic code waiting to be cracked. But their paranoia won't let them see it that way. The mind despises uncertainty, and when people don't know where they stand with you, they spiral, projecting their own doubts, anxieties, and desires onto the void you've created. And here's the spiritual truth. Your silence is not just the absence of sound, it is a mirror reflecting back at them everything they fear to confront. It reveals their need for validation, their discomfort with uncertainty, and most of all, their desperate attempt to control what they do not understand. But what happens when they realize they can't control you? That's when they begin to see you as something beyond their comprehension, an enigma, a force beyond the ordinary. And that's precisely why they keep watching, questioning, and investigating. The unknown is the most mysterious existence of all, and when you embody that, you force people to see beyond the illusions of their own minds. In a world where everyone is screaming for attention, your silence speaks louder than words. It exudes strength, self-mastery, and an unshakable spiritual awakening. You don't need to prove yourself, explain yourself, or seek approval. Your energy does all the talking, and that is why the world takes notice. The question is, are you ready to embrace this power? Because once you do, you'll find that you don't need to chase influence, and it will come searching for you. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like this video and share it with others who might need these great values. Let's continue this conversation and go deeper into what these values really mean. 8. The Wu Dilemma. There's something about you that unsettles people, but not in the way they'd expect. You don't seek attention. You don't demand validation. You walk through life with a quiet presence, yet somehow you're impossible to ignore. This contradiction haunts them. They don't understand why you stand out without trying, why they care so much when you aren't even asking for it. It's not just curiosity, it's personal. Society has conditioned people to believe that influence is earned through noise, power, or spectacle. The loudest voices, the flashiest personalities, the ones who constantly assert their importance are the ones who should be noticed. But you break that rule without effort. Your silence speaks volumes. Your authenticity carries a gravity that no performance can replicate, and that disturbs them. Because if someone like you, someone who simply exists in their truth, holds more presence than those who fight to be seen, then what does that say about their entire approach to life? So, they investigate. They watch from the shadows, analyzing every detail, searching for an explanation that will make sense of you. Perhaps you have a hidden trick, some strategy that gives you this effortless aura. Maybe you're manipulating perception in some way they haven't figured out yet. Because if they can categorize you, if they can find a way to label, define, or even dismiss you, then they can rest easy. They won't have to question everything they thought they knew about influence, value, and self-worth. But no matter how hard they look, they find nothing. No gimmicks, no secret formula. Just you, existing in a way that defies their logic. And that realization unsettles them even more. Think about how society idolizes those who scream the loudest, who decorate their lives with symbols of success, who project an image of importance. But what happens when someone comes along who doesn't play that game, yet still captures attention? It forces people to confront an uncomfortable truth. Maybe real power isn't in performance, but in presence. Maybe it's not about proving your worth, but knowing it so deeply that you don't need to. This reminds me of a story from modern life of someone like Keanu Reeves, a man who moves through fame with humility, never needing to boast, yet remains one of the most respected figures in Hollywood. People are drawn to him, not because he demands it, but because his authenticity is undeniable. That same energy exists in you. But here's the deeper lesson. You're not here to fit into their expectations. You're not responsible for making them comfortable with who you are. Their confusion, their obsession, their endless questioning, it's not your burden to carry. The greatest spiritual growth comes when you release the need to be understood and instead focus on simply being. The world teaches us to chase recognition, to prove our worth. But the most powerful souls, the ones who leave the deepest impact, are those who walk their path without concern for who's watching. So, ask yourself, do you live for the approval of others, or do you exist in a way that is undeniable? The answer to that question determines whether you are free. Affirm it boldly. I am glowing because of God's Spirit within me. Let this be a daily reminder that you are walking in divine purpose, transformed from the inside out. 9. Patterns that don't exist. You are an enigma, a presence so profound that those around you find themselves grasping at shadows, desperate to understand the mystery that is you. People have always sought patterns to bring order to the chaos of life. It's how the human mind finds comfort, how society functions, and how control is maintained. But when they look at you, their method fails. You don't fit into their carefully constructed models. You move when they expect stillness, you speak when silence is the norm, and you walk away when others would rather fight for a place at the table. This defiance isn't random. It's a rhythm only you can hear, a script only you can write. Your actions are guided by something far beyond logic, a deep spiritual wisdom that whispers truths they cannot perceive. And because they don't understand it, they fear it. They observe you, analyze you, even investigate you, hoping to decipher the code that makes you who you are. But their calculations lead to dead ends. The harder they try to connect the dots, the more the picture eludes them, shifting like a mirage in the desert of their certainty. It frustrates them, because they believe that if they could just figure you out, they could control you, neutralize your influence, and make you predictable. After all, Society rewards what it can categorize and punishes what it cannot. But you are beyond labels, beyond prediction. You are not playing a game, there is no game. There is only you, moving in alignment with something greater than strategy, something deeper than logic. To be yourself in a world that is constantly trying to make you something else is the greatest accomplishment, said Ralph Waldo Emerson. And that is exactly what you represent: unapologetic authenticity, a force beyond manipulation. Every time they try to box you in, you slip through the cracks of their expectations. Every time they try to define you, you evolve beyond their comprehension. The more they search for answers, the more confused they become, because you aren't bound by their rules. You live by an internal compass that points towards something they cannot see, a truth they have yet to awaken to. And so, they keep watching, unable to look away. You intrigue them, not because they admire you, though some secretly do, but because your existence challenges everything they thought they knew. If they can't define you, what else might they be wrong about? If you are free, what does that say about their own limitations? The real question is, will they continue searching for a pattern that doesn't exist, or will they awaken to a higher understanding? And perhaps the bigger question is, how much longer will you let them chase shadows before they realize the only way to understand you is to understand themselves? I would love to hear your thoughts on this. What is your perspective on the importance of this value? Share your insights and let's continue this conversation. 10. Unbought and unbossed. There is something about you that defies the ordinary, an energy, a presence, a way of moving through the world that unsettles people. You are the enigma they can't crack, the mystery that keeps them up at night. Why? Because you are unbought and unbossed. While the majority chase validation, clinging to titles, trends, and approval like lifelines, you have chosen a different path, one of true spiritual awakening. You refuse to bow to the invisible chains that bind society, and that terrifies those who are still trapped within them. They watch you, they analyze you, and they investigate you, desperately trying to understand how you managed to break free. Did you reject the script from the beginning? Or was there a moment of spiritual reckoning that shattered the illusion and made you realize you never needed their approval in the first place? They crave the blueprint to your freedom, hoping to dissect and replicate it. But here's the hard truth. There is no blueprint. Your path was not paved by obedience, but by defiance. While the world rewards conformity, teaching people to measure their worth in external achievements, you have chosen a different currency: inner truth. And that, right there, is what makes you powerful. You live by your own rules, your own values, and that shakes the very foundation of the system. Your existence alone is proof that there is another way to live, one not dictated by social hierarchies, corporate structures, or the fear of rejection. And that realization is dangerous to those still plugged into the system. They scrutinize you, hoping to find a flaw, something to prove that their way of blind obedience is better. But they will find nothing. Because unlike them, you are not seeking validation. You do not need permission to be who you are, and that makes you untouchable. You represent something most people don't even realize. They crave authenticity, self-sovereignty, and spiritual freedom. In a world where most are asleep, you have awakened, and that alone makes you the most mysterious existence they have ever seen. Keep walking your path. Keep being the living proof that true freedom exists. Because the more they investigate, the more they are forced to question everything they thought they knew. And that, my friend, is how revolutions begin. If this message speaks to you, take it a step further and share it with someone who might need this reminder. Together, we can build connections rooted in honesty and respect. As a chosen one, your presence carries an undeniable energy that captivates and mystifies those around you. When people investigate you, It's often because they sense something extraordinary, something beyond the ordinary realm of understanding. Embrace your uniqueness, trust your path, and continue to shine your light fearlessly. If this message resonated with you, let us know in the comments. Have you ever felt like the most mysterious existence in someone's eyes? Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more profound insights. Stay blessed and keep walking your divine journey. Chosen ones, even the top demon can't touch you. God sealed a destiny with unbreakable protection. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. Welcome, beloved chosen ones. Have you ever wondered why, despite the storms that rage around you, you continue to stand strong? It's not by chance, it's divine protection. When God seals your destiny, no force of darkness can break through. Even the strongest demons recognize the power that surrounds you and step back in defeat. So, if you've ever felt the weight of spiritual battles, know this: you are covered, shielded, and untouchable under God's mighty hand. Drop a comment below. Have you ever experienced moments where you felt God's undeniable protection in your life? Let's share and uplift one another. 1. God's contract over your life is non-negotiable. You are not simply existing. You were chosen for a divine purpose, and that purpose comes with an eternal promise of protection. This is not a battle where the outcome is uncertain. The victory has already been written in your favor. Imagine a contract, but not just any contract. This is a divine decree that has been etched into the spiritual fabric of existence. There are no loopholes, no amendments, and certainly no power that can overrule what has already been divinely set in motion. Your life is not up for negotiation. It is covered by a spiritual authority that no force can challenge. Every attempt made against you is already accounted for, already neutralized before it even begins. Dark forces will try to shake you, sending distractions, obstacles, and illusions meant to cause doubt or fear, but what they fail to realize is that their efforts are meaningless. They are engaging in a battle they have already lost. Your protection is not a temporary defense, it is a permanent, divine guarantee. What's even more profound is that every attack against you doesn't weaken you. Instead, it strengthens your spiritual armor, reinforcing your position and pushing you even closer to the fulfillment of your divine purpose. The very energy that is meant to break you is transformed into fuel that elevates you. Their weapons are rendered useless, and their attempts only serve to fortify what God has already established for your life. This is not about luck, nor is it about coincidence. It is about spiritual authority, an authority that cannot be questioned, revoked, or overturned. Those who operate in darkness know this, and they fear it. That fear is the very reason why they work tirelessly to distract and discourage, hoping you might forget the power that resides within you. But you must stand firm, unwavering in the knowledge that you are untouchable. Your destiny has been secured by the hands of a higher power, a power that no demon can challenge, no opposition can undo, and no force can override. You walk in a light that darkness cannot comprehend, and because of that, you are not only protected, you are unstoppable. This is your divine truth, sealed in eternity, beyond the reach of any enemy. Stay steadfast, knowing that your steps are guided, your purpose is protected, and your victory is inevitable. Are you ready to embrace the unshakable truth that God's contract over your life is non-negotiable? If so, comment below, "I trust God's plan," to show your commitment to walking in His divine purpose. 2. The battle was over before it began. The battle was over before it even began. From the moment you were chosen, your victory was assured. The forces of darkness may have plotted against you, setting traps and weaving illusions to shake your faith. But what they failed to understand is that you had already won. Your destiny was sealed with unbreakable protection, a divine decree that no force, no matter how powerful or persistent, can override. Every move the enemy makes is destined for failure. They devise plans, whisper lies, and try to manipulate circumstances, but nothing they do will ever stick. Every scheme collapses before it even gains traction. They are caught in an endless cycle of frustration, desperately trying to bring down someone who is shielded by an authority far greater than their own. It is like they are swinging swords at shadows, wasting energy on a battle they can never win. Think about it. Your enemies invest so much time and effort into coming against you, yet their attempts only serve as reminders of their own defeat. They try to stir confusion, but clarity finds you. They try to create fear, but courage rises within you. Every attack they launch is countered by the power that surrounds you, the divine presence that upholds you. They are fighting a losing war, and deep down, they know it. What makes you untouchable is not just your strength or resilience. It is the undeniable truth that your life is anchored in divine purpose. You were set apart before the foundations of the earth were laid. God's hand upon your life is the ultimate seal, one that no demon, no force, and no darkness can break. Your spiritual awakening is the reason they fight so hard against you, but it is also the reason they can never prevail. The enemy's greatest mistake is believing they have a chance. But every time they rise against you, they are met with a wall they cannot cross. Every time they attempt to strike, their weapons turn to dust. They may come in one direction, but they flee in 7, because the power surrounding you is too great for them to overcome. You are not just protected, you are divinely shielded, carried by the very hands of the Almighty. Understand this: the war was never about you alone. It has always been about what you carry, the purpose within you, the light you bring to a world overshadowed by darkness. That is why they fight. But no matter how relentless the attacks, no matter how fierce the opposition, the truth remains unchanged. You are victorious. Not because of anything you have done, but because of the one who goes before you, the one who stands beside you, and the one who has already won the battle on your behalf. So let this be your assurance. You walk in a victory that was determined long before your enemies even thought to rise against you. No demon, no darkness, no force of evil can rewrite the ending that God has already penned. You are chosen, protected, and victorious. Rest in that truth and move forward in the power of your calling. Comment below: victory was mine from the start, if you believe the battle was already won for you. 3. Demons can't thrive in the presence of true authority. Demons cannot survive in the presence of true authority. It's not merely that they avoid you, they cannot withstand being anywhere near you because of the immense power you carry. As a chosen one, you do not just walk through life protected, you walk in a level of spiritual authority so great that darkness trembles at your presence. It is as if you carry an impenetrable shield, but even stronger than that, it is an undeniable force, a divine presence so powerful that evil does not merely shy away. It flees in terror. Dark forces thrive in environments filled with chaos, fear, and confusion. That is their breeding ground, the place where they manipulate and deceive. But the moment someone anointed with divine authority steps into that space, everything shifts. The game changes. The darkness cannot maintain its grip when the light of divine presence shines through. As the Bible says in James 4:7, resist the devil and he will flee from you. The forces of darkness are not just inconvenienced by your presence, they are completely overpowered. You carry a spiritual frequency that dark entities cannot tolerate. It is not even a battle, because the fight is over before it even begins. You do not need to struggle or engage in some elaborate spiritual warfare. They flee on their own because they recognize the authority you walk in. It is as if they are allergic to the very energy you radiate. This is the power of divine alignment. This is what it means to be chosen. The moment you step into a room, they already know. They sense it. They recognize who you are and what you carry, and that is why they do not even attempt to attack you directly. It is not merely that you are protected. It is that you are operating under a divine mandate, a supernatural covering that makes any attempt to harm you futile. They know that coming against you is like entering a battle they have already lost. It is not just a matter of protection, it is a matter of divine supremacy. You do not merely survive in the presence of darkness, you disrupt it. You dismantle its strongholds. You unravel its grip on the environment around you simply by being who you are. When you carry the light of divine authority, evil cannot withstand your presence. That authority is not something you earned by human effort. It was granted to you by a power far greater than anything darkness can comprehend. It is written in Luke 10:19, "Behold, I have given you authority to tread on serpents and scorpions, and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall hurt you." They keep their distance from you, not because they want to, but because they have no choice. The light within you is too intense, too consuming for them to handle. You are not just walking in protection, you are walking in divine power. You are not merely shielded, you are a force of disruption to the kingdom of darkness. The chosen ones do not cower in fear, they walk boldly, knowing that they have been sealed by God with an unbreakable protection. And because of that, no force in hell can touch them. So stand firm, chosen one. Walk with confidence. Your spiritual authority is not just a defense, it is an unstoppable force. Darkness has no choice but to step aside when you walk in the fullness of your divine calling. As Romans 8:31 declares, "If God is for us, who can be against us? Nothing and no one." You are covered. You are anointed. You are untouchable. If you found these insights enlightening, don't hesitate to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's continue to explore the power of true spiritual authority together. 4. Your soul vibrates on a frequency demons can't perceive. There exists a divine truth that many fail to grasp. Chosen ones operate on an entirely different plane of existence, one so elevated that the forces of darkness cannot even begin to comprehend it. This isn't a battle of equal sides. Rather, it's like trying to tune into a radio frequency that demons and malevolent forces simply cannot access. They remain trapped in the lower vibrations of fear, doubt, and negativity, while your soul ascends far beyond their reach. You are sealed with an unbreakable spiritual protection, an energy so high that no dark force can penetrate it. Think of yourself as a divine beacon, radiating with the power of the Most High, while the enemy stumbles in confusion, unable to grasp your essence. It's not merely about defense, it's about complete transcendence. The wicked ones may attempt to shake the foundations of those who are unaware of their true identity, but a chosen one. You stand behind an impenetrable wall of divine fortification. Their tricks, deceptions, and illusions have no power over you, because they cannot latch on to what they do not understand. To them, you are an enigma, a presence so full of divine light that their schemes disintegrate before they even reach you. This is why their attacks often seem futile, bouncing off without leaving a trace. You have been marked not just for protection, but for ascension, for divine elevation that places you far beyond their grasp. The more they try to approach, the more they realize they are up against something they can neither touch nor comprehend. Darkness thrives on ignorance, deception, and fear, but your very existence shatters those illusions. Where others may falter, you stand unwavering, a glaring spotlight against their shadows. They fear what they cannot control, and since they cannot control you, they retreat in confusion and dread. This is the power of being chosen. Your spirit is wrapped in an unshakable divine force, making you untouchable by the enemy. So let go of fear. Understand that your destiny is already sealed by the hands of the Almighty. No weapon formed against you can prosper, because no weapon can even reach you. You are walking proof that God's power is unmatched, and that alone is enough to send darkness into retreat. Stay strong, keep your spirit elevated, and know that as a chosen one, you are beyond the reach of any force that seeks to bring you down. Five, your energy is a divine firewall. Demons thrive on fear. It is their most potent weapon, their most effective means of control. They know that if they can instill fear in your heart, they can manipulate your thoughts, your emotions, and your decisions. Fear creates doubt, hesitation, and a crippling sense of powerlessness, exactly what dark forces want you to feel. But here's the truth. Fear has no place in the life of a chosen one. You are set apart, divinely appointed, and protected beyond measure. Because of this, fear does not define you. While others may be consumed by worry and uncertainty, you move differently. You walk in faith, armored with the confidence that your destiny is guided by God's unbreakable protection. Demons cannot manipulate what they cannot intimidate, and that's where their power over you crumbles. It's not that chosen ones don't face adversity. Hardships come, challenges arise, and threats may loom. But the difference is that fear does not govern your decisions. It may try to creep in, whispering doubts, stirring up anxiety, but it never finds a home within you. You recognize it for what it is, a weak attempt to shake your faith. And instead of reacting with fear, you respond with purpose. This is what makes you untouchable. Demons attempt to plant seeds of confusion, despair, and doubt, hoping to disrupt your spiritual awakening. They rely on deception, twisting reality, to make you question your worth and your purpose. But when they see you standing firm, unwavering in your belief, they realize their tactics are futile. Their entire strategy depends on people who are easily shaken. But when they look at you, they see someone walking with divine certainty, someone who cannot be manipulated or controlled. Fear is their weapon, but against you, it is useless. They may try to stir up chaos, but you remain at peace. They may try to instill doubt, but you move with clarity. They may attempt to create obstacles, but you keep walking in faith. And as you do, their power diminishes. The moment they recognize that their tricks hold no sway over you, they have no choice but to retreat. Their control is broken, and their influence fades into nothingness. You are chosen, and because of that, no force of darkness can alter your destiny. Your spiritual awakening has placed a shield around you, one that is unbreakable, forged by the hands of God Himself. No demon, no enemy, no shadow can penetrate it. You are divinely protected, and nothing formed against you shall prosper. When you walk in this truth, you become a force that darkness cannot withstand. Comment below. My energy is a divine firewall, if you are ready to protect your spirit and stand in your divine power. 6. Demons' fear. Your awareness of their manipulations. The moment you awaken to the truth of how dark forces operate, their grip on your life begins to crumble. The enemy thrives in deception, hiding in the shadows, manipulating through fear, doubt, and confusion. These negative forces, whether you call them demons, low vibrational energies, or spiritual adversaries, have one goal: to distort your perception and keep you from realizing the divine power within you. But here's the truth, and let this truth set you free. As a chosen one, you are untouchable. not because darkness does not try, but because you have something far greater than unbreakable spiritual awareness and divine protection. Think about it. Their power is an illusion. They operate like a magician using sleight of hand, distracting you with fear and lies so that you don't see the truth. But the second you see through the illusion, it collapses. And when their deception is exposed, they lose all control over you. Jesus himself declared, "Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." John 8:32. That is why chosen ones are dangerous to darkness, because you carry the wisdom to discern falsehood from reality. You are not easily swayed by manipulation. You do not bend under pressure. You see the enemy for what it is, a defeated force grasping at straws. These dark entities work by planting seeds of fear and self-doubt in your mind, hoping you will nurture them with your own energy. They whisper lies, hoping you'll believe them. But once you recognize these tactics, they can no longer take root in your spirit. The word reminds us, God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind. 2 Timothy 1:7. Fear only has power where there is ignorance. But you, as a chosen one, do not walk in ignorance, you walk in spiritual truth. This is why your awareness is not just a defense, it is a weapon. It is your sword of light, cutting through the darkness, dismantling deception, and destroying strongholds. The enemy does not fear mere protection, it fears knowledge. It fears the light of God within you. It fears your understanding, because when you understand, you cannot be controlled. When you see through the game, you refuse to play by its rules. And that makes you untouchable. The real reason dark forces tremble at your presence is not just because of the divine shield around you, but because you are no longer blind. You are no longer a puppet in their game. The moment you recognize their tactics, they lose their stronghold. Their strategies unravel. They cannot deceive a mind that is anchored in truth. They cannot control a heart that is guarded by God. They cannot touch a soul that walks in divine purpose. So hear me clearly. You are not vulnerable. You are victorious. You are not a target. You are a threat to every lie, every illusion, and every deceptive scheme that has ever tried to hold you back. The darkness may try, but it cannot win. Because you, chosen one, walk in truth. And the truth, it sends every force of darkness running in fear. If you found these insights eye-opening, don't hesitate to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's continue to uncover the hidden manipulations of darkness and walk in spiritual awareness together. 7. Divine assignment means supernatural reinforcement. Your life is not just an ordinary journey, it is a divine mission, intricately woven into the fabric of spiritual destiny. Unlike those who wander aimlessly through life, unsure of their purpose, you have been chosen, set apart, and sealed with a level of supernatural protection that defies human comprehension. The forces working in your favor are not mere whispers of encouragement, but divine enforcers, angelic warriors, assigned specifically to ensure your path remains aligned with God's plan. While many may feel vulnerable in their struggles, you walk with celestial guardians whose presence is as real as the air you breathe. These are not passive observers. They are active defenders, spiritual sentinels who step in at the precise moment danger arises, shielding you from attacks that would have destroyed anyone else. You are not walking this path alone. The forces of darkness may try to rise against you, but they cannot penetrate the divine seal that covers your life. God Himself has established an impenetrable fortress around you, ensuring that no scheme, no manipulation, no demonic force can alter your destiny. This protection is not conditional. It is a spiritual decree that stands unshaken through every trial, every battle, and every moment of uncertainty. When the enemy attempts to set traps before you, these divine enforcers step in, redirecting your course, turning obstacles into stepping stones, and making sure that what was meant to harm you is transformed into a blessing. You are covered by a supernatural firewall that not even the highest-ranking adversary can breach. Think of these angelic warriors as the ultimate spiritual bouncers, stationed at the gates of your destiny, allowing only the right people, opportunities, and experiences to enter. They are not just blocking negativity, they are actively orchestrating events in your favor, ensuring that every move you make aligns with the divine blueprint designed specifically for you. This means that even when things seem chaotic, when life throws unexpected hardships your way, there is a greater plan at work. What may appear as a delay is often divine redirection, positioning you for something far greater than you could have envisioned. The universe is not working against you. It is moving in harmony with the purpose God has placed over your life. Every challenge you face is met with immediate intervention. You may not always see it, but there is a spiritual battle taking place on your behalf, with forces beyond human understanding ensuring that your mission remains intact. When darkness tries to invade, your celestial warriors stand firm, transforming barriers into breakthroughs. The enemy may attempt to sow confusion, doubt, and fear, but none of it can take root because the power surrounding you is unshakable. Your very existence disrupts the plans of those who operate in darkness because you are a chosen one, marked by divine favor, walking in an extraordinary reality where God's supernatural protection covers every aspect of your life. So when the storms come, when the enemy whispers lies, when it feels like the weight of the world is pressing against you, remember who you are. You are not just another person struggling through life. You are a force to be reckoned with, a chosen vessel fortified by celestial strength. You are divinely equipped to walk through fire and emerge unscathed because the hand of God is upon you. No demon, no adversary, no earthly force can alter what has been ordained for your life. Stand firm in your calling, move forward in confidence, and know that your destiny is sealed with unbreakable, supernatural protection. 8. Your name is spoken in realms you can't see. Your name is not just a combination of letters given to you at birth. It carries a profound spiritual weight that echoes through realms you cannot see. When we say your name is spoken in places beyond human perception, we don't mean it as a poetic phrase. It is a stark reality, a divine truth, and a warning to the forces that thrive in darkness. You are not just another person walking this earth. You are marked by God, chosen, sealed, and shielded by divine protection. The spiritual awakening you have undergone or are stepping into isn't without purpose. It has set you apart, making you a beacon of light in a world filled with hidden battles. The forces of darkness recognize this. They see the spiritual covering over your life, the divine assignment attached to your existence, and the authority placed upon you. And let's be clear, it's not just that they fear you as an individual. They are absolutely terrified of what happens when they try to come against you. Picture this demonic forces gathered in a secretive meeting, whispering your name with hesitation. They are calculating, analyzing, and weighing the risks of making a move against you. They see a glaring warning sign hovering over you, as if written in celestial fire. Divinely protected, proceed at your own peril. They know that touching you means invoking forces far greater than themselves, forces they cannot overpower. You are not a mere human to them. You are someone fortified with divine backing, an impenetrable fortress they dare not breach. To them, you are like a bank wrapped in an unbreakable spiritual shield. They might try to strategize, might even contemplate a small attempt, but ultimately, they know the cost is too high. The moment they attempt to step into your territory, the spiritual consequences are immediate. They understand that to challenge you is to challenge the one who has called and covered you. and that is a battle they will always lose. So, while you may feel unseen or even underestimated by the world, do not be deceived if the enemy is aware of you. But their whispers in the shadows are not filled with power or control over you. Instead, they whisper your name in fear, knowing full well that any attack on you would lead to their own downfall. They know that the forces of heaven will rise in your defense before they can even complete their first move. 9. Your light exposes their darkness. Demons are like cockroaches, thriving in the hidden corners of darkness, feeding on fear, doubt, and confusion. They manipulate, deceive, and distort reality to keep people trapped in a cycle of uncertainty. But the moment a chosen one walks into the room, it's as if a powerful floodlight has been switched on, revealing every deceit, every trick, and every illusion they have ever used to control others. Their power is an illusion, and your very presence exposes the game they play. You are not just another person in this world. You are a spiritual force, a divine beacon of light. It's not about performing grand gestures or making loud declarations. It's about the power of simply being who God created you to be. The truth radiates from you effortlessly, dissolving their carefully crafted lies and stripping away the shadows they hide behind. As Jesus said, "You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden." Matthew 5:14. That light within you is not just for show, it is a divine weapon against darkness, a force that dismantles deception with every step you take. The enemy thrives in secrecy, working from behind the veil to pull the strings of manipulation. But you are the spotlight that brings everything into sharp focus. Their attempts to confuse, to instill fear, or to plant seeds of doubt become meaningless in your presence. Imagine a magician trying to perform an illusion, only for you to pull back the curtain and expose every hidden mechanism behind the trick. Their entire strategy unravels, and all they are left with is their own helplessness. Even the top demon, the highest-ranking force of darkness, knows the truth: he cannot touch you. Why? Because your destiny has been sealed by God with unbreakable spiritual protection. As Romans 8:31 reminds us, if God is for us, who can be against us? The forces of darkness may try, they may hiss and snarl in frustration, but in the end, it's all an act. They cannot harm what has been divinely secured. The authority placed upon you is greater than any scheme they can devise. Your presence alone is enough to unsettle them. They tremble not because of what you do, but because of what you represent: truth, light, and the undeniable power of divine purpose. You walk with a clarity that cannot be clouded by their deceit, a vision that cuts through every illusion. This is why they fear you. This is why they retreat when you step forward. And this is why no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Isaiah 54:17. Never doubt your role in this world. Your spiritual journey is not just about personal growth, it is a divine mission. Every step you take in truth, every moment you stand firm in faith, reinforces the reality that darkness has no claim over you. When you shine, you don't just light up your path, you remind the entire universe that darkness has already lost. The battle has been won, and you are walking in the victory God has already declared over your life. Are you ready to embrace your light and rise above the darkness? If so, comment below, "I will shine," to affirm your commitment to walking in truth and transformation. Let your light inspire and uplift others. 10. You're a walking rebuke to darkness. You are not merely a person walking through life. You are a chosen vessel, a beacon of spiritual authority, and a living declaration that darkness has no dominion here. Your very existence is like a thunderclap in the stillness of the night, shaking the foundation of everything demonic forces attempt to establish. Even the highest-ranking demons tremble at the mere thought of confronting you, not because of your physical strength, but because of the divine seal upon your life. This seal is unbreakable, forged by God Himself, and it signifies that you are under His impenetrable protection. No force of darkness can override this decree, no curse can penetrate it, and no attack can prevail against it. Your presence alone unsettles the forces of evil, because you embody everything they seek to destroy: faith, love, righteousness, and unshakable spiritual strength. Every breath you take is an act of defiance against the despair and fear they try to spread. Every step you make disrupts their plans. You are a living contradiction to their existence, a reminder that they are not the ultimate authority in this world. And that realization terrifies them. They thrive on fear, manipulation, and chaos. But you thrive on divine truth, and the truth you carry is like a sword that cuts through their deceptions. They know that as long as you walk in alignment with God's purpose, their power is nullified. You don't even have to fight them directly. Your mere presence sends them into retreat, like shadows fleeing from the rising sun. Have you ever considered the sheer magnitude of the spiritual power you carry? It's not just in your actions, but in your very thoughts, your intentions, and the unwavering faith that anchors your soul. When your mind aligns with God's will, it sends shockwaves through the realm of darkness. It's as if a spiritual bomb is detonated in their midst, shattering their carefully constructed strongholds and exposing their frailty. That is why they cannot touch you. They understand that even their most cunning schemes cannot penetrate a heart that is fully surrendered to God. Their greatest fear is that you will fully realize the authority you have been given, that you will wake up each day with the awareness that you are untouchable under God's divine shield. And once you embrace this truth, their influence is dismantled before it even has a chance to take root. You don't need to scream, fight, or even acknowledge their presence. Your light alone is enough to send them scattering. Like roaches fleeing when the lights come on, they have no choice but to withdraw because they cannot compete with the divine truth that radiates from you. You are not an ordinary soul. You are a walking testament to God's power, a constant reminder that the forces of darkness are ultimately powerless. This is why they fear you. This is why they avoid you. And this is why you must never doubt who you are. The moment you accepted God's calling, He sealed your destiny with unbreakable protection. No demon, no weapon, no force of darkness can alter what God has already decreed. Stand firm, chosen one, for you walk under the covering of divine authority, and nothing can change that. Comment below, "I shine with divine light," if you are ready to stand boldly against darkness. 11. The fear in their eyes is real. You don't fit the mold. You don't follow the script they're used to manipulating. Most people operate within predictable cycles of fear and failure, but you move on a higher plane, guided by divine wisdom, stepping beyond the reach of their influence. They expect you to fall into the same traps as everyone else, but instead, you break free. It's like they're playing a game of chess, but you're playing by an entirely different set of rules they can't even begin to understand. This throws them into confusion. Their power relies on controlling outcomes by pushing the right emotional buttons: fear, doubt, despair. But what happens when those buttons don't work on you? They're left scrambling, unable to manipulate or predict your next move. They feed on fear, yet you walk in faith. They whisper doubt, yet you stand firm in divine purpose. Instead of reacting to their attempts to shake you, you keep pressing forward with an unshakable spirit. Every time they try to ensnare you in negativity, you rise above it. While others might fall into patterns of self-doubt and hesitation, you stay aligned with a purpose they cannot comprehend. Your mind and spirit operate on a wavelength they cannot tune into, leaving them powerless against you. This isn't just resistance, it's spiritual awakening at its highest level. You're not just immune to their tactics, you render them ineffective. The more they try to decipher you, the more lost they become. They seek an opening, but your soul is fortified by divine protection. They want to lead you astray, but your steps are ordered by a higher power. You don't give them anything to work with because your thoughts, decisions, and actions are aligned with a destiny that has already been sealed by God's unbreakable protection. And that is your greatest shield. You are untouchable because you are beyond their grasp. They can't manipulate what they can't predict. While they struggle to make sense of who you are and what drives you, you have already moved ahead beyond their reach, beyond their control, walking in divine authority. If this message resonates with you, don't hesitate to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's uncover the deeper truths behind fear and how we can transcend it together. 12. Your destiny is tied to a greater mission. Chosen ones, you are set apart. There is something within you that makes you untouchable, a divine seal of spiritual protection that no force of darkness can break. Your very presence disrupts the enemy's plans because you do not operate from fear. You walk in faith, anchored in an unshakable peace that transcends all understanding. This is not a peace that comes from worldly comfort or an easy life. In fact, chosen ones often endure more trials than most. But the key difference is this: your peace does not depend on external circumstances. It is deeply rooted in the presence of God within you. Demons thrive on confusion, chaos, and fear. They stir up storms, hoping to pull people into their whirlwind of despair. But you, the chosen one, are different. When they bring the storm, you stand firm, unmoved, like a lighthouse in the middle of raging waves. They expect you to react, to crumble under pressure. But instead, you walk through the fire unburned, through the storm untouched, because your soul is protected by a power far greater than any darkness. This drives them mad. They throw distractions, temptations, and doubts your way, yet nothing seems to shake you. Why? Because your strength does not come from yourself, it comes from the one who created you. The Lord is my rock, my fortress, and my deliverer. My God is my rock, in whom I take refuge. Psalm 18 verse 2. This is your foundation. No matter what comes against you, you are anchored in God's truth, and that truth makes you immovable. The enemy's strategy is simple: to make you question, to make you doubt, to make you feel like you are losing control. But here's the reality: they can only win if you give in to fear. They cannot touch you unless you let them into your mind, into your heart, into your spirit. And because you are sealed with divine protection, they have no true power over you. The peace within you is not just a defense, it is a weapon. When demons try to shake you and fail, they weaken. Every time they attempt to disrupt your life and you remain steadfast, they lose their grip. Every attack that doesn't work makes them more desperate, and their power over you diminishes. Chosen one, understand this. The more they try to throw you off balance, the stronger you become. The greater their effort, the more unshakable your peace grows. This is not just protection, it is divine empowerment. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. You were created to stand tall, to walk in confidence, to move through life with a strength that cannot be explained, only experienced. So the next time the enemy comes knocking, the next time the storm rages around you, remember who you are. You are chosen. You are protected. You are sealed with unbreakable spiritual security. Let them try, let them scheme, let them attempt to shake you. They will fail because you belong to a higher power, and that power is greater than anything that comes against you. Walk boldly, walk fearlessly, and know that no force of darkness can ever touch the light within you. Are you ready to embrace your greater mission? If so, comment below. I am ready to show your commitment to walking in your true destiny. Let this be the moment you step into your higher calling. As a chosen one, you are divinely protected. No force of darkness can touch you, and no enemy can alter the destiny that God has sealed for you. When God places His unbreakable shield around you, even the top demon must retreat. Walk boldly in your faith, knowing that His hand is upon you, guiding you toward your divine purpose. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And be sure to turn on notifications so you never miss our powerful insights on spiritual growth and divine protection. Stay blessed, stay chosen, and we'll see you in the next video. Chosen ones. 7 signs your spiritual energy is scaring people. Your energy introduces you before you even speak. Unknown. Have you ever walked into a room and felt the energy shift around you? Maybe people glance at you with curiosity or even discomfort, without you saying a word. If this sounds familiar, you might be one of the chosen ones, someone with a powerful spiritual presence that others can't ignore. But why does this happen? And what does it mean for your journey? In today's video, we're diving into 7 signs that your spiritual energy is scaring people. Not because you're doing anything wrong, but because your light is so strong, it disrupts the illusions others hold on to. If you've ever felt like your energy is too intense for most people, I encourage you to watch till the end and reflect. Have you experienced this before? Let me know in the comments. I'd love to hear your thoughts. One, your energy creates a ripple effect. Your energy is not confined to your body, it extends outward, influencing not just individuals, but the collective consciousness. Whether you recognize it or not, you are shifting energies, dissolving illusions, and awakening the sleeping souls around you. Your very presence serves as a reminder that there is more to this existence than meets the eye, and for some, that realization is unsettling. Those who have grown comfortable in their illusions may feel exposed in your presence, as if an unseen light is illuminating aspects of themselves they are not ready to confront. Your spiritual essence challenges the status quo, subtly urging people to step into authenticity, whether they are prepared for it or not. This is why some individuals may act distant, irritated, or even defensive around you, even though you've done nothing but simply exist. Despite this, you must trust that your energy is creating change, even if you don't see immediate results. Transformation is often a slow, internal process, and not everyone will acknowledge the influence you have had on them. But rest assured, the seeds you plant in the hearts and minds of those you encounter are growing beneath the surface. Some will resist at first, but eventually, they may look back and realize how your presence sparked their journey of self-discovery. Your light is not meant to be dimmed to make others comfortable. You were not placed in this world to fit in, but to stand out, to awaken, to heal, and to inspire. Even when it seems like people are pulling away or reacting negatively, understand that this is merely a reflection of the deep spiritual impact you are having. Your energy is a catalyst, and catalysts are rarely welcomed with open arms at first. So continue to walk your path with confidence and unwavering faith. Your journey is not about seeking approval or validation from others. It is about fulfilling your divine purpose. Let your light shine unapologetically, knowing that even when the effects are not visible, they are undoubtedly profound. Stay true to your mission, for the world needs souls like yours to awaken and shift the energy of humanity. You are a vessel of transformation, a beacon for those who are ready, and a signpost for those who are lost. Trust the process, embrace your power, and know that your energy is doing exactly what it was meant to do: ignite change. Do you believe that your energy creates a ripple effect? If you do, declare it boldly in the comments. My energy spreads light and positivity. 2. Owning your power makes others uncomfortable. One sign that your spiritual energy unsettles people is that they find you intimidating, even if you've done nothing to provoke them. Your aura carries wisdom, strength, and a presence that makes people second-guess themselves. They may label you as arrogant, distant, or too much, simply because you do not conform to their expectations. Another sign is that people may project negativity onto you without cause. You'll notice that some individuals become defensive, even hostile, in your presence because your energy calls them to a higher state of awareness, and that can be uncomfortable for those who resist growth. You might also experience isolation, as your energy naturally repels those who are not aligned with your path. Friendships may fade, relationships may shift, and you may find yourself walking alone at times. But understand this: solitude is not a punishment, it is preparation. You may also see people trying to discredit or diminish you. When your spiritual awakening threatens the status quo, some will attempt to dismiss your wisdom, mock your beliefs, or make you doubt your own power. This is a tactic of those who fear change. Another sign is that people often seek your guidance, yet struggle to accept it. They recognize that you carry something profound, but the truth you reveal challenges them too deeply. At times, your kindness may be mistaken for weakness, as people struggle to comprehend the balance between your compassion and your strength. You may also sense a deep, inexplicable resistance from certain individuals, people who seem to oppose you without reason. This happens when their spirit recognizes the shift your presence brings before their mind even understands it. Despite these challenges, you must never dim your light. You are not here to fit in. You are here to rise, to awaken, and to lead. Growth is not for the faint-hearted, and not everyone is ready to step into their higher self. But those who are meant to walk with you will find you, and they will cherish the wisdom and light you offer. Your path may not be easy, but it is divine. Continue to stand firm in your truth, knowing that your energy is not meant to please the world, but to transform it. Your spiritual awakening is a gift. Embrace it, honor it, and never apologize for it. Comment below, "I stand in my power unapologetically," if you're ready to embrace your strength, no matter who it makes uncomfortable. 3. You either attract or repel people. Your energy is not just ordinary, it carries a power that either draws people in or pushes them away, and there is no in-between. Some will be naturally captivated by your presence, sensing a rare authenticity in you, while others will feel an unexplainable discomfort, as if standing too close to a fire that reveals truths they'd rather ignore. Your very existence challenges their comfort zones, and not everyone is ready for that. The way you express yourself, your words, your actions, your silence, has a way of unsettling those who cling to illusions of security and the familiar. Some may dislike you without understanding why, and it's not because of something you've done. It's because your energy disturbs their false sense of stability. When you walk into a room, you carry an unshakable presence, and that alone is enough to make certain people uneasy. Carl Jung once said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul." And this explains why some may reject you without cause. It's not about you, it's about the mirror you hold up to them, reflecting the parts of themselves they have buried. As a chosen one, your spiritual energy acts as a catalyst. You don't just live life passively. You ignite change in those around you, whether they want it or not. Some will admire you for this, finding inspiration in the way you move, the way you speak, and the way you carry yourself with an air of quiet confidence. Others, however, will resist you with everything they have, because your very presence disrupts their carefully constructed illusions. When you express your truth boldly and unapologetically, it forces people to question their own. Many would rather stay asleep than wake up to the discomfort of self-awareness. They sense the depth of your soul, the way you see through facades, and that can be terrifying for those who have spent their lives hiding from their own truth. The philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche once wrote, "And those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music." You are dancing to a rhythm that others cannot yet perceive, and because of that, they may judge you, fear you, or even resent you. But here's the truth. Your energy is not meant to be diluted to make others comfortable. You are not here to fit into small spaces or dim your light so that others can avoid their shadows. You were given this presence, this essence, this ability to express yourself in a way that shakes souls for a reason. You are here to awaken, to transform, and to be a force of spiritual evolution. So if you find people reacting strongly to your energy, whether in admiration or resistance, understand that it is simply a reflection of their own journey, not a judgment of who you are. Some will be drawn to you because they are ready to awaken, and others will turn away because they are not. Either way, stand firm in your truth, knowing that your energy is doing exactly what it was meant to do. As Rumi wisely said, "The wound is the place where the light enters you." If your presence stirs discomfort in others, perhaps it is the first step toward their healing. Keep shining, keep expressing, and never shrink yourself to make others feel at ease. Leave a like and subscribe to our channel, and don't forget to activate the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. Keep attracting the right people into your life. Type in the comments, "I attract meaningful and uplifting connections." 4. Your presence is unexplainable. If you've ever noticed that people behave strangely around you, avoid eye contact, or seem uneasy in your presence, it may not be because of something you've done, but rather because of the energy you carry. Your spirit radiates a force that many cannot comprehend, and for those who are not aligned with their own truth, this can be deeply unsettling. Without speaking, you command an atmosphere. The moment you walk into a space, something changes, whether it's an unexplainable calmness, an overwhelming sense of intensity, or a feeling that makes people take a step back. This isn't about intimidation, it's about spiritual presence. Your energy is like a mirror, reflecting people's hidden fears and insecurities back at them. Those who have been running from their own truths might feel exposed when they're around you. They may not even understand why, but deep inside, their spirit recognizes something profound in you, something they're either drawn to or deeply afraid of. As a result, they may avoid eye contact, fidget uncomfortably, or even find excuses to leave the conversation. It's not personal, it's energetic. People who are spiritually unaware or consumed by ego often struggle in your presence because they sense something beyond the material world, a depth they cannot articulate. Your energy silently challenges falsehood, pretenses, and facades, which can make those living in self-deception feel uneasy. This discomfort doesn't mean you are unapproachable. It simply means your existence requires people to confront their own inner world, whether they are ready or not. Many chosen ones find that despite their good intentions, they are often misunderstood. Some may label them as too intense or too different, simply because they do not fit into the superficiality that dominates most social interactions. Your presence carries an unshakable authenticity, and in a world full of masks, that kind of raw truth can be intimidating. But never dim your light for the comfort of others. Those who are meant to connect with you will appreciate your energy, while those who are not yet ready for spiritual depth will naturally distance themselves. That is the nature of spiritual growth. Some will rise with you, while others will resist. The key is to embrace your presence fully, knowing that your energy is not meant to be understood by everyone. It is meant to awaken, to challenge, and to inspire. If you feel the unexplainable presence of God surrounding you right now, type, "God, I feel you" in the comments. Let His presence fill your heart. 5. Your intuition is sharp and unnerving. Your intuition is one of your greatest gifts, a powerful force that guides you through life with a deep sense of knowing. You don't just listen to what people say, you perceive the truth behind their words, their emotions, and even the energy they carry. It's as if you have an inner radar that picks up on things others miss, sensing dishonesty, hidden intentions, or even suppressed emotions before anyone speaks them aloud. This level of awareness can be unnerving to those around you because most people operate on surface-level interactions, hiding parts of themselves behind social masks. When they realize that you can see beyond their facades, they may feel exposed or even intimidated. Some might become defensive, avoiding prolonged eye contact or deflecting conversations because your presence makes them feel vulnerable. Others may admire your wisdom, but still find it difficult to be completely open with you. The more you trust your intuition and act on it, the more powerful your spiritual energy becomes. Your insights grow sharper, and your ability to navigate life with clarity strengthens, making it even more challenging for those who rely on illusions and pretenses to be around you. This heightened sense of perception is not something to suppress or apologize for. It is part of your spiritual awakening. The world often conditions people to ignore their inner knowing in favor of external validation. But you have broken free from that illusion. You trust the signals your soul sends, recognizing when a situation feels off, even when there's no logical explanation for it. You notice subtle changes in people's body language, the hesitation in their voices, and the energy shifts in a room before anyone else does. Some may call it a gut feeling. But for you, it's much more than that. It's an inner compass guiding you toward truth and away from deception. Your presence challenges others to confront their own truths, and that can be uncomfortable for those who are not yet ready to face themselves. But here's the lesson. Your gift is not a burden, nor is it something to be hidden to make others feel comfortable. The world needs more people who see with clarity, who move with authenticity, and who operate from a place of deep inner wisdom. While some may shy away from your energy, those who are meant to be in your life will recognize and appreciate the depth of your insight. Your intuition is a divine tool, sharpening your ability to discern people, situations, and opportunities with precision. Instead of doubting yourself, embrace this spiritual power. Trust that you were chosen for a reason to illuminate truth, to bring clarity where there is confusion, and to guide yourself and others toward higher awareness. Your ability to see through illusions is not meant to alienate you, but to position you as a beacon of wisdom in a world that desperately needs it. The more you embrace your gift, the more aligned you become with your spiritual purpose. So stand firm in your knowing, honor your intuition, and continue walking the path of your awakening with confidence. If this message has resonated with you today, leave a comment of faith. I trust my God-given intuition. He is guiding me with wisdom and clarity. 6. You don't conform to societal norms. You stand apart from the crowd, not because you try to be different, but because your spirit refuses to conform to the rigid expectations of society. You question rules that others follow blindly, and this unsettles those who are conditioned to accept life as it is without deeper thought. Your presence alone challenges the way people have been taught to think, behave, and exist, and for some, this is deeply uncomfortable. As Ralph Waldo Emerson once said, "To be yourself in a world that is constantly trying to make you something else is the greatest accomplishment." When you express your thoughts openly, when you refuse to comply with outdated traditions that no longer serve the higher good, people may accuse you of being difficult, of overcomplicating matters that they prefer to leave untouched. But what they see as making things complicated is, in reality, a profound awakening. a call to rethink, to evolve, to break free from the invisible chains of societal conditioning. Your spiritual energy radiates in a way that cannot be ignored, and this alone can be intimidating. Most people are comfortable living within the parameters they were given, never daring to challenge the status quo. When they encounter someone like you, someone who sees beyond the illusion, who questions authority, who demands truth over comfort, their instinctive reaction is resistance. But remember, every great thinker, every revolutionary, every enlightened soul in history was once met with the same resistance. Socrates was condemned for encouraging people to think critically. Jesus was crucified for challenging religious hypocrisy, and Galileo was shunned for revealing scientific truths that defied conventional belief. The discomfort you evoke in others is not a sign that you are wrong. It is a sign that you are necessary. You see the world through a different lens, one that refuses to accept things simply because that's how they've always been. Your spiritual energy does not allow you to fit neatly into the boxes that society has built. And that expression of individuality can be unsettling for those who have never dared to color outside the lines. As Friedrich Nietzsche put it, and those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music. Your perspective is different because you are attuned to a deeper frequency, and those who do not yet understand that rhythm may perceive you as a disruption. But your role is not to make people comfortable. Your role is to awaken. While some may distance themselves from you out of fear or misunderstanding, remember that the most powerful souls in history have walked this path before you. The light of truth often casts shadows, and those shadows can cause discomfort to those still hiding from their own awakening. But this is not your burden to carry. Your purpose is not to fit in, but to rise above. Those who are ready to receive your wisdom will gravitate toward you in time, and those who resist are simply not prepared for the transformation you represent. Keep questioning, keep expressing, keep challenging, for it is through voices like yours that real change begins. Stay connected with our Golden Mindset community by subscribing to our channel. Here, we embrace the beauty of standing apart, living with purpose, and walking the path God has set for us. Remember, you are not called to conform, but to transform, living boldly in His truth and grace. 7. You are often misunderstood. There comes a time in every chosen one's journey when they realize that their energy is not just different, it is powerful. If you've ever felt like people pull away from you, struggle to understand you, or even react to your presence with discomfort, you may be carrying a spiritual frequency that is beyond the ordinary. This energy is not something you intentionally project. Rather, it radiates from within, shaped by your spiritual awareness, wisdom, and inner transformation. While this can sometimes lead to loneliness, misunderstanding, or even rejection, it is also an undeniable sign that you are walking a path that few dare to tread. The world has always misunderstood those who think, feel, and see beyond the surface. If you resonate with this, understand that you are not alone. You are simply ahead of your time. People often call you too intense or too sensitive because they struggle to comprehend the depth of your awareness. Your presence carries a vibration that operates at a higher frequency, making those who are unprepared for such energy feel overwhelmed or even unsettled. This isn't because there's something wrong with you. Rather, it's because your spirit reflects a level of consciousness that not everyone is ready to embrace. Imagine being a lighthouse in the middle of a storm. Your light is meant to guide, but some will be blinded by its brightness. Many people live in a world of distractions, numbed by routine and conditioned thinking. So when they encounter someone who radiates authenticity, wisdom, and profound spiritual depth, they either admire it from a distance or reject it outright. The discomfort they feel is not about you, it is about them. It is their own resistance to change, their own fear of what they do not understand. This higher vibration can sometimes lead to loneliness. And if you've ever found yourself feeling isolated, take heart. It's not because you don't belong, but because you are set apart for something greater. Throughout history, those who have carried deep spiritual wisdom have often walked alone. Prophets, visionaries, and spiritual leaders have all faced rejection and misunderstanding because their energy disrupted the norm. They were ahead of their time, speaking truths that only future generations would fully grasp. You too may find that your words, your thoughts, and even your presence provoke reactions you did not expect. But this is not a reason to shrink or conform. Instead, it is confirmation that you are walking a path meant for the awakened. Your energy is a beacon that calls to those who are ready, even if they do not yet realize it. So, when people struggle to understand you, or even pull away, do not take it as a sign to dim your light. Instead, see it as a reminder that you are growing beyond the limitations of the world around you. The discomfort others feel is merely the growing pains of awakening, either their own or yours. And while this journey may at times feel lonely, remember that being ahead of your time means you are paving the way for others to follow. Your energy is not a burden, it is a gift. Keep walking in your truth, for those who are meant to understand will, in time, recognize the light within you. If you often feel misunderstood, know that God sees and understands you completely. Comment, "God understands me," if you believe in His love and wisdom. Your words might encourage someone who needs to hear this today. The journey of a chosen one is not always easy, but remember, your spiritual energy is a gift. It sets you apart, it elevates you, and it calls you to a higher purpose. If people find your presence intimidating, it's because your light is shining too brightly for their comfort. But don't dim it. Keep walking your path with confidence, faith, and wisdom. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like this video, share it with others who might need to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more powerful insights. And be sure to turn on notifications so you never miss our upcoming videos. Stay strong, stay enlightened, and keep embracing your divine journey. See you in the next video.